So our group is going to be setting off from the Elk Tribe's village after hearing from the leader Talisier of a certain tomb that was it's been abandoned for some time, and the tribe leader Talisier thought that there may be some valuable artifacts in there. It's a place that his people don't really go anymore. It's kind of revered as haunted or cursed, similar to Glassamere, where Kip met his untimely fate, or Quarrel. But they are significantly far away from each other. The time at which the tomb has become inhospitable has also been much more recent than the cursed city, which has been cursed for hundreds and hundreds of years. The tomb has been maybe like 20 years. People haven't been going there. So Skinny asked the tribespeople if there was anything that they knew about the tomb, and they directed you to a group of villagers who they were kind of like the caretakers of the tomb at the point in time when it was still used. They haven't completely given up hope on this place, though, so they still live nearby, and they mentioned that they would probably know the most about it if you want to go and stop by their place on your way there. And we're going to kind of pick it up right here. I'm going to let everybody roll a d20 just so we get an initiative sorted out, and we'll roll from there. All right, Sozin is looking in front. And Murray is last. Great. So, Sozin, you are first to act. If you would like to ask any questions to the Elk Chief, you're more than welcome to. If you're like, let's go talk to those other people, you can say, let's go talk to those other people.
Alright, so first things first, I would like to activate my Raven Prism.
Okay.
19. So, if I can, I'd want to send that Raven out towards the ruin to kind of scout it out.
Okay. Yeah, we'll say that in the time it takes you to get there, it will return to you. So while you're traveling, it'll come back.
Cool.
So you guys see Sozin sort of start casting, and a small raven grows from his hands, materializing, and it flies off to the south in the direction of the ruin. Salem, what would you like to do, if anything?
So, in this scene right now, I guess I would like to take a look around my surroundings, make sure there's nothing that seems immediately dangerous right now.
So you're in this village. The people here are quite friendly with you, as you guys provided them the horn that allowed them to essentially become the chiefs of all Nemedian clans. So people here kind of hold you in high esteem.
Okay, sorry. Alright then. Then, perhaps I'd just like to walk around the village, just to listen and see, if anyone's talking about any troubles or anything plaguing the village.
The only thing that gets repeatedly brought up is where Roloff and his cronies went. So Roloff is in charge of the Bear Clan. He also wanted the horn that was given to the tribe's people here. But after the horn was given to the Elk tribe, it seems like he and his followers decided to hightail it out of Nemedia. And they're very curious what his plan is, because he's kind of a bad dude. Not the friendliest of people.
Okay.
How about you, Skinny?
I
was going to say, how about Skinny? It sounded like that was all you had, but if you have something else, Salem, go right ahead.
No, that's all I have.
Perfect. All right, Skinny.
Oh, so Skinny's just walking around, because this is... In actual fact, there was a thing in the chat that I just quickly put in about how we would actually, meet. So I think what I'm going to do is Skinny just comes running into the village. He's, full-on anime mode. His knees are coming higher than his chin. He's just screaming and running. And he just goes, snakes, 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 and comes in and he starts catching his breath because somewhere up the way he bumped into a rather large snake and it scared him. And then he's presented with everybody around him. Over here is the talk of a tomb. Probably approach Soza. And just say, so we're going into a tomb?
Sounds good to me.
Cool. Do you mind if I join you?
I don't see why not.
Awesome. Cool. Obviously, Skinny will then spend some time asking the questions that were asked, find out about the caretakers and whatnot. And that's basically all Skinny really needs to do.
Perfect. How about Murray?
I think Murray will be wandering around, maybe even seeing Skinny coming screaming into the village, and extend his hand and say, "Oh, hello there. My name is Murray. Would you like some chewing bark?" And I would give him some bark, and it has like you can chew on it, and it calms you down because you seem very upset.
Skinny gladly accepts.
And then he kind of wanders off. And is the chieftain still there?
Yeah, Talisier's around.
Okay, would probably because I'm not sure if we had had some time to talk. The last time we were asked to retrieve or to find out what happened, and Murray feels he could have done better, and he wants to say sorry, and also ask for some tea maybe to catch up.
Talisier will happily pour you some tea as your companions are perusing the village and sending out their raven. He, despite you being a little bit unclear with him, he is very happy with the end result. So he's in a cheerful mood. He shares some chewing bark with you, some of his brand.
Thank you. That's one I didn't have. I'm gonna put some in my mouth and maybe soak it even in my tea to make it chewable.
There you go. Perfect. And I can only assume at this point you guys head off towards this small group of houses where these guardians of the tomb per se live.
For sure, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So I'm gonna do this now.
Ooh.
And make some music. And as you guys come up to these few ruined structures, both of this and this building are inhabited by very small families, maybe 3 or 4 people in each. They're a little bit older, and you can see that to the south here there is a large, what looks to be like a chapel or a church, with a huge doorway on it. And as you guys approach, the people start coming out of their homes. So we got this girl, this guy. And where's Gwen? Go. And this guy. So they sort of pop out, coming to meet you. They look a little bit confused by 4 obvious strangers in the area approaching them. One has a hand axe handy. The others kind of just look worried. They're not looking like the fighting type. Only this guy looks like he could really put up a fight. The others are all a little bit older. This woman is pregnant. And you see their 2 children running around back here as well. They're like, what be your business coming to the tomb? Anyone can.
Anybody
Well-
been here before to take the lead, or
No
one's been
I haven't, but Murray is always happy to practice social interactions because he's not very good at it. So he's probably like very maybe a bit too fast. He's gonna walk up. It's like, good day. My name is Murray Bookchin. These are my compatriots. We're here. I don't know. Didn't anyone tell you why we're here?
We haven't had visitors in several weeks. No one much comes up here anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, the thing is this, and I'm gonna relay to him, that we're searching for artifacts to kind of to help the Elk clan against the Bear clan and Roloff and his guys. So to put the things in our favor.
All right. Well, if you're here on Talisir's command, we have no problem with you going into the tomb. Just be.
Sorry.
Just be wary. There do be a few ghosts that mind the halls nowadays. Some of them aren't the friendliest.
What kind of ghosts?
Ghosts of the dead. It's the reason why most people don't tend to bury their kin here anymore. It seems something is trapping their souls here in this realm, not allowing them to go on. Our families were tasked with guarding the tomb, and we've tried to, set them free, but it's too dangerous in there. Some of the ghosts are, well, they're bloody unfriendly, I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah, that's always a problem when people or ghosts are unfriendly. I have a question. And I'm gonna lean in because it's like it's some kind of secret, and I'm gonna whisper, "Are there mushrooms or moss?"
Well, you see, in the tomb, I'm sure there's mushrooms. If I had
Fabulous. Very good. I'm gonna, because I don't know how to get out of situations, I'm gonna, instead of just, okay, well, that's that, thank you very much, I'm gonna just put some chewing bark into his face and wait until he takes it and then just wander off.
And the older gentleman reaches out his hand. He takes it. He gives it a sniff. He sticks it in. He's familiar with it.
Good. And I'm just gonna nod and gonna wander off and kind of look to my compatriots, like giving them a sign that I can follow because I've successfully, maybe, let the people know that we mean no harm. I guess.
Okay, if no one else, Skinny's gonna approach the same gentleman, and he's just gonna say that, was given information that you guys are the caretakers, so to speak, of this area. Is there anything you can tell us of the tomb inside and what we might expect?
Well, you see, me boy, he went in last to check in on the tomb, and I have to say he didn't come out. There seems to be something holding him in there. The door shut maybe an hour after he entered, and much as we did the banging and the hollering, he never came. A couple hours later, the door opened again. We were all too scared to go in. We got kids, Can't be risking our necks for some ghost. Love to know what happened to me son, though.
Your son went in.
Yeah, he was old enough to take on his own. He's been through the trials. He knew what he was doing, but terrible shame that is.
It is a shame. You see, us gerblins, we value family, but it's quite large and it's quite difficult to keep track of. I just thought that other people on the continent seem to take more care of their offspring and care more if they didn't come back.
I'd love to go in there, but he kind of shows off that he's quite old and frail. I'm not really fit for it anymore. My younger brother, he points to this gentleman here, he'd go in, but he's too worried about his two kids to to risk his neck either. Better to have a dad than not.
Would you like to tag along?
Yeah, afraid I have no business dealing with the dead. I prefer to keep my neck uncut for my kids.
Skinny just looks and give him like the slightly evil eye because he's not impressed.
All right. Anybody else have anything they want to ask the people?
Is there anyone of significance that was buried in the tomb?
Oh, plenty of folks of significance have been buried there. Old Nemedian, clan chiefs, their families, families. It was once a great honor to be buried here. But ever since things have been going south in the world, people tend to not really care about their dead. They're more concerned with living and staying that way.
And you said the building just to the south of the map was like a church.
Yeah, this is the entrance into the tomb down here.
Yeah. That's the entrance into the tomb. Okay, cool.
Okay, so the chapel is also the entrance to the tomb.
Right. Yeah. It's
Okay.
like
Okay. All right.
it's like a big church, and in the back it opens into a burial hall, essentially.
Yeah.
Sozin, in your return, your bird obviously would have noticed these 4 people, but that's really it, and it's searching as well. You would have expected to see them when you arrived.
Yeah. Cool.
So, you going in, or do you want to spot a tea or something? I imagine it's taking you a few hours to get here.
No time for tea. I can't speak for Mushroom Dwarf over there, but
What?
I say we go.
Tea?
Can you take it to go?
Sure,
Maybe later.
Okay.
Maybe later.
I'll have some herbs ground up just in case you return.
Oh, thank you.
And if you find
and I'm
anything
just-
of my son, I'd appreciate if you brought it back.
Yeah, we will let you know.
All right. So you guys want to just go up into the chapel?
Yeah.
All right. As you guys walk up the steps, the 4 people, they sort of gather around. They look a little concerned. They're like, I can't believe they're really doing this. But yeah, you walk in. It's a pretty large chapel structure. And what you immediately see on the table, or I guess the altar would be a better way to put it, is there are 6 human skeletons seated at a table. All of them lack their skulls. On the table in front of them, there are 6 square boxes in front of each of them, I should say. And other than that, you can see there's like some embalming tables. There's some old candles, burned out torches. That's really it in this main area that you're looking at. But we'll start with Sozin as you enter.
Alright, so I want to walk up to the altar, and I want to cast Gaze of the Beyonder.
Okay. So that one allows you to see magic, right?
Yeah, that's a nat 1.
Ooh, okay. Well, luckily, there is quite a bit of magic here, but you can't make out what in the area is magical. It seems like there's so much here that you're a little bit like surprised, and as you're gazing ahead, all of a sudden a woman appears in front of you, slightly translucent. You looking up my knickers?
Well, this is awkward. So I'm going to look up to, I'm gonna try and make eye contact with her and, like, offer a handshake.
What do you think? I can shake your hand? Can't you see me? She passes her own hand through her body. I'm a ghost!
That's awkward. I'm gonna take my hand back, maybe put my hands in my pockets and say, well, that's rather unfortunate. May I help you?
My name's Rowena. You, going into the tomb by any chance?
I am indeed.
Oh, then you can certainly help me out. There's some sort of curse in the tomb I would absolutely adore being freed from. I've been stuck in this flaming place, she says, flustered, for 3 years, trying to escape. After the tomb closed, I was one of the first to come and seek what was causing it, and, well, I've been trapped here ever since.
Any ideas on how to free you?
My suggestion would be to check under the boxes. That would be my first clue. She points at the 6 boxes on the table on number 1.
This feels like a trap. Can the others see her? I'm gonna
everyone
turn
can
to
see
the
her.
mystery. Okay. My action was using Gaze of the Beyonder.
Yeah.
So next turn, I'd like to create some hands to start checking under the boxes.
All right, let's go to Salem then. What do you want to do as you're entering the temple here?
Well, I'm hearing about how dangerous this place is. There's a ghost in front of me. I think I'd like to just take like steps around the room.
Mm-hmm.
Little weary for Stozen, so I'm gonna get a little closer to him, and I'm just gonna charge my memory ring.
Awesome.
While eyeing. You said that there's a spot where there was 6 headless skeletons and 6 boxes.
Yep.
So can I ask? We can all see this ghost, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I would like to just ask the ghost, so what's the story about those guys over there?
You see, I was trying to puzzle that out myself when I came in here. I imagine they're the proverbial guardians of this place. Or perhaps whoever put the curse here, they set up this sick trap. But from what I understand, their skulls need to be replaced. That's my guess, at least, onto it.
Are the skulls in the boxes?
Are the skulls bosses? I don't know what you mean.
Are the skulls in the boxes?
Well, I did store one there. I can't recall if it's still there anymore, but I believe I stored one, and she points at one of the boxes.
I'll let someone else take that. That's what I want to do.
I'm not trying to trick you. I'm trying to help you. I want to be free. We'll go to Skinny, though, as you charge your memory ring and kind of peek at the box, but not getting too close.
What's the general state of this building? Is it like dilapidated?
It's stone,
Like-
so it's got quite thick walls, and obviously it was built for longevity. So, I mean, the interior, there's nothing here that isn't, like, old and rotted away at this point. All the torches and the candles and that stuff is melted wax. But as far as the building itself, it's not going to collapse. It looks quite
Is there
sturdy.
windows?
There are, but they are very thin. They're like, kind of like castle windows for arrow slits, with a bit of stained glass in between each one. Some of them are broken, but probably only wide enough for you to be able to slip through if you wanted to try.
Yeah. Okay. So, Skinny walking in, seeing this this lady floating, is very curious, but his mind just for a moment jumps back to the people that are outside. Are the doors closed behind us?
No, the doors are open.
What are they doing? Can I see them?
They're
Are they
kind
still
of looking
standing
at
there?
you curiously. I'll put them
Okay. Skinny shuts the door.
up. Okay. Yeah, they're like down here somewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, you shut
Skinny,
the door.
he just wants to shut the door, and then give it a moment. Go to a window, and maybe sneak out and see what they do. Like, do
Okay.
they all just go off to the huts? Do they stay out?
Make a dex check to see if you can slither through the window. Otherwise, it's a little too tight for you, and you're not going to be able to
Yeah.
slip through. 12 is our target. I'll bring that in here.
Okay, so it's +2. No,
So yeah, you
I'm
climb
struggling
up.
to get through.
Yeah, you climb up on the side there. You're trying to fit your body through, and you notice your chest is just a little bit too wide. It's like it wasn't made for climbing through.
Yeah,
You
that's
could
no
only
problem.
assume that none of you would be able to slip through the windows here. But as you like poke your head around the corner to see if they're doing anything, they kind of like shrug. This woman sticks around. The others like go back about their stuff. So these three kind of like,
Yeah.
there you go, play with our kids. He's a little curious.
Cool.
All right, Murray, how about you?
Well, I see Skinny trying to climb through a window, and I'm gonna open the door again. I'm gonna. You can walk through the door. You can fit through there, I think.
I didn't want them to know that I was trying to watch them.
Oh, okay. Sorry. We all heard the ghost talking to. I mean,
Yes.
talking to Zosen, but we all heard what the general idea is. She's cursed, and she has some kind of skulls, and maybe there's a puzzle or something like that. So I want to go outside again, and because there's one woman still standing there, I want to walk up to her and say, "There's a ghost in a chapel and a puzzle. Do you know anything about that?"
I'll have you know, there's a lot more than one ghost. Is it Rowena? I've spoken with her a couple times. She's very eager to get out. As far as the puzzle, I know nothing.
Too bad. Are you caretakers, or are you also keeping? Are you preparing the bodies as well?
Our family used to, when people brought their kin here to be buried. But it's been many years since anyone wanted their family buried.
I see. Okay. I think I'm gonna talk to Rowena a bit. She seems nice.
She's quite nice. Sometimes when I'm bored on an afternoon, I might have some tea, just sit in the room with her and have a chat. She's got some interesting
But she-
stories.
Yeah. Is she okay with you drinking tea when she can't?
I can see the envy in her eyes a bit, but we talk for hours, my throat would be dry if I didn't.
I see. Thank you.
Of course.
I think. And I'm gonna walk back in again and try to catch up with Sozin to talk to Rowena on my next turn.
As you walk back in, you hear her call to her friends. He's a particular little fellow.
Yes,
But-
he is.
you can go ahead and talk with Rowena if you'd like, Murray.
Okay. Hello there. My name is Murray Bookchin.
Nice to meet you, Murray. A bit short for my taste. I'm Rowena.
What is that? I don't. Normally I would offer you some chewing bark, but you can't chew, right?
Afraid not.
Okay. And so there's a puzzle and some skulls, and when we solve the puzzle, you can pass on.
Heavens, I hope so. I'm sick and tired of this place. Tell you what.
I like puzzles. What do I need to do?
Well, from what I could discern, the skulls need to be replaced on the head. I found another one it's off with my body to further in the tomb.
Okay. So there's 6 skeletons and they're all headless, and there's not enough skulls, and we have to put skulls on the skeletons.
I think so, she says.
Oh, okay. What?
Oh,
what do you
I'm
think?
mistaken. There are 8 skeletons, not 6.
8 skeletons. Okay, 8 skeletons. Even more. What do you think, Sozen? In the mood for a puzzle?
Shoot. While he's talking, is it back to my turn?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, so as he's talking, I want to start making some hands.
Yep. Oh.
Nope. So Sozen kind of looks a bit disappointed. And then he turns to Murray and says, "Now's as good a time as ever, I suppose." And then he looks back to Rowena and says, "Are you stuck here in this room?"
Oh no, I can peruse all through the grounds. I'll happily come along for the ride.
Nice. Then I want to start poking around this room over here.
Okay, as you go into that room, there's a single stone bench on the north side of it, and on the south side there is a pool of, well, not a pool, it's like a pitcher of water sitting on a stone table. And the pitcher is made of pretty ornate glass.
I want to dip my finger into the pitcher and make sure it's just water.
As you dip your finger into it, you feel a little bit woozy all of a sudden. You are now dazed for the next 4 turns.
Dang.
You pull your finger out,
Okay.
and the room seems to kind of spin around you a bit.
Okay. If I can find it, I want to pick up the picture and carry it with me.
Yeah, you can carry it. It's like you're gonna need both hands to carry the pitcher, but there's one glass that is unbroken on the side there as well.
Oh, okay, so I'll just pour some water. I don't know if I can do that while I'm dazed. Shoot.
I will say you will probably slop some more over your hands, but at this point you're already dazed, so...
Yeah, so I'm kind of gonna stumble a bit outside the room, and look to the others and say, "There's some magic water over here if any of you want some."
Yeah, and you clearly see that he's walking like he's drinking way too much alcohol.
I think you mean magic water.
Magic water, correct. Salem, in the midst of this, what would you like to do?
Well, so we have a guy hitting on a ghost girl. I won't get between that at all. I would like to come up and inspect these skulls. I'll be brave.
Okay. So there's boxes on the table. Are you gonna like lift the box and look underneath it, essentially? Because the skulls are all missing from the 8 skeletons.
Yeah. It's a ring of skeletons in boxes. Yeah, I'll look into the boxes.
So the first box that you go to, do you go to the one that Rowena points to?
Yes, because she says she put something in there already.
As you lift that box, there's nothing in it. She goes, "Oh shoot! It must have been that one." And she points at a different box.
Can I try lifting that one?
You lift that one, and that one does have a skull on it. On its forehead, there is a strange glyph carved.
Okay. So, it's not just any skull. We're looking for skulls with these glyphs. Is there, can I make a whiz roll to see if I see this glyph anywhere in this room? Maybe? Like it's written on something else?
Go ahead, make a whiz check.
Go. I got a 2.
You scan the room, There's definitely nothing with this mark in the room.
Alright. Got it. And that's all for my turn.
Alright, Skinny.
Okay, if Skinny's aware of the other room up here on the right-hand side, he'll just make his way up and then have a look inside that room.
You go to turn the handle, but there is a solid... It's locked.
I'll turn around to Rowena and just say, is there a key for this?
Not sure. Never got in there.
Okay, and what do I see down the stairs just behind me?
So imagine the stairs. This is a platform and then they continue directly forward into a cave, essentially. But the cave is like, it's got stones along the walls there. It's it's reinforced.
Yeah. Well, Skinny's just ready to start making his way down if he's got movement, and if not, on my next turn I'll start moving down.
All right, you go down the stairwell here, and
Yep.
Murray, as you had reopened the doors close with a pretty substantial. Ryan goes, yeah, they told you about that, right?
What exactly?
Well, you see, this place doesn't much like living things in it. But it'll keep the unliving here for God knows how long. Way too long. So,
Yeah.
In order to leave, you're gonna have to find the skulls.
Oh, a puzzle with stakes? This is even better.
Skinny just whispers to himself, I knew it.
Yeah, Murray, you can go. It's your turn.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna Skinny, wait up. I'm gonna follow Skinny because the skulls are probably somewhere in the crypt, somewhere in the tomb, I guess. And while I go down, I want to try to touch the door that Skinny couldn't open.
Okay.
And I want to try if I can cast Wood Shaper on it to somehow transform it in a way that it is that we can open it.
Okay, you can
Maybe
try.
I can shrink it or something like that, or burst it.
Kind of shape the wood into a door of its own. Go ahead and make a check.
Let's see. Oh, that is an 18.
You put your hand to the door and start channeling the magic. The two iron bars that are holding the door remain in place, but the wood shapes to like big, thick chunks on each side. There's now a thin strip in the middle that is completely open that if you turn yourself sideways, you can walk through with ease.
I'm probably gonna shout down to Skinny, I somehow opened the door. I'm gonna have a look and then I'll be right with you. I'm gonna step through the...
Yeah, in this room, there is a bed, there is a chest, and there is a hand, like a table with like a mirror attached to it. I forget what it's called. Vanity, I think is the name. Vanity?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's right.
And that's what you see in there as you open the door and look inside.
Okay. Can I look into the if that's still possible? Can I look into the mirror? Do I see myself? Do I see a reflection? As
soon as you look into the mirror, you go blind.
Oh.
You are blind for 1 round.
Oh.
We should. I have an idea.
Not interact with stuff. Okay, I'm gonna try to stumble out on my next turn.
Yeah, you start like feeling along the wall to get out. All right, Sozin, we're back to you. You've got 2 more.
All right. So, I guess we can get the mirror on the way back. I don't think it will do much against ghosts. So Sozin is still pretty dazed, and he sees a staircase in front of him. So he doesn't really want to go down there in his condition, so I'm gonna cast levitation on myself.
All right, it's hard because you're dazed, but go ahead.
Okay.
Nice.
18.
You're levitating. You're like levitating in a wobbly way, though. Still.
Yeah. So then even though I'm floating off the ground, I'm going to fall down the stairs anyway.
Perfect. You join Skinny in the hallway. He kind of is standing there, a bit confounded.
Hello there.
Falling without falling. That's impressive.
All right, Salem.
He's probably on his head.
So, this already seems like chaos. So everyone was heading over here, right?
Yeah, they're heading down the stairs into the tomb.
Alright. I will also go down the stairs. After I say goodbye.
Are you bringing the skull with you, or are you going to leave it on the table?
Oh no, I'm going to leave it on the table.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, you leave the skull there, you head down the stairs, and Murray, you're also going down the stairs after you left the room, right?
Yeah, kind of, feeling my way.
Let me get the things that I need here.
And can I hold Mori up so that way I know they're blinded. They're probably bumping all over the place.
Well, Murray's blind. Yeah, you can definitely help him out.
Thank you.
Is Rowena coming with us?
Rowena is coming with you too. Yes, let me grab her.
Okay.
Yay! We have an NPC.
She kind of floats half in the wall alongside you. Now, my body's pretty far away. If I recall correctly, it's somewhat through the next 2 rooms? It's hard to tell. It's been so long.
I don't like painted knives.
And Sozin.
Curiosity.
Oh, go ahead.
All right. Just want to ask Rowena, out of curiosity, how was it that you met your end?
Well, you see, it was this little bugger. Couldn't be much more than the size of my hand. Had a nasty tail. Stung me. Within a few minutes, I was on the ground, unable to move. Next thing I knew, I woke up like this, looking down at myself.
But it had legs, though, right?
Oh yeah, it was like a scorpion.
Okay. Cool, yeah. Sorry, you can carry on.
Sozin, we're to you.
So I want to ask Rowena, can you see the other ghosts?
Yes, I can. And in fact, there's a couple. She points in a vaguely north, this direction. And they're not the most friendly. If they show up, I'm gonna leave. You can't mess with me, but they can. Don't worry, when they're gone, I'll come back.
Alright, so I'm going to float, that's worrying, off into this room with the beds.
Okay. Yeah, consider, like, near movement as you can move into a room. If you want to move, like, through 2 rooms, that's a far move. Like, if you were to go over here or over here into this room, that's kind of a far move. But, yeah, you go into this room.
Does this count as a separate room?
It is a closet,
or is it...
from what it appears to you. There's also a closet at the bottom here. It's hard to see because it's cut off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's 2 closets.
Alright, so is there anything in this room that I can see besides 14 beds?
No, there's just a bunch of beds in this room from what you see.
Okay. I'm gonna poke around this door over here with this closet. Number 5.
So the closet door is slightly ajar, as you grab it and try and pull it open, it pulls back towards you. And Rona goes, "Oh, yeah, that's Ernie's closet. He doesn't like people in there."
Alright, so I'm going to look back to the closet and put my hands up and kind of float back a bit and say, apologies, Ernie. I was not aware that this closet was inhabited. I will leave you be.
The door swings open and a random piece of, like, clothing comes flying at you. Obviously, it's clothing, so it doesn't do anything to you. And then the door slams closed again.
I'm blinded for 1 round because it hits me in the eye. Alright, I will back off. Give Ernie some space.
Alright, Salem.
Alright, I'd like to go. I look at Maury and I just say, Maury, where would you like to go? You're still a little. Is he still blinded?
He will be unblinded at the end of his next turn.
Oh, then I'm just gonna leave you here at the steps. Then you'll be fine.
I'm gonna go wherever.
Take care of yourself. So I'm gonna come down these steps here, and I guess let's look at room number 3.
All right. As you enter the room, you look around and you see on the floor around these tables. This was obviously a dining room of some sort. There are some stone rats, and as you enter, the rats begin to become flesh.
What?
The rats begin to become flesh.
One under each table, and as they become flesh, they do not look friendly. They are large, unfriendly rats. And I need this. Is there anything you would like to do as you come upon these 4 large, unfriendly rats? Oh, I think you disconnected your mic or something. I lost your voice. If you're saying anything, Salem. I'll give him a second. See if he can fix it.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, I guess let's jump over to Skinny. I'll rearrange this.
Okay. Skinny would like to move forward to this corner and like to specifically move nice and quietly to this corner and then have a look to the north where Rowena pointed.
Okay. Go ahead and make a dex check if you want to be sneaky about it.
Cool. This is classed as stealth. This should be easy for me because
Sweet.
of my ability. Ooh, that's not going to matter.
You come up to the corner here, and this hallway on both sides are lined with bookshelves.
Ooh.
Other than that, you don't see anything of note.
Yeah, if I've got any more movement, I'll just move across to this door.
Okay, you kind
Ready
of.
for next turn.
Do you want to peek it open?
Yeah, if I can, yeah.
Yeah, you can peek it open. It's like a sitting room of sorts, maybe a hall where people hung out and did things. On one of the tables here, you see a game board with several pieces on it.
Ooh.
And
Cool.
we lost Salem. He disconnected, so I'm gonna wait just so he doesn't miss anything crucial here.
Yep.
I'm going to grab some water while he's doing that. I'm already almost out. So I'll take a quick break. Be right back. All right.
I'm gonna add my memory ring roll to that.
Okay.
What's the target of the room?
12.
Okay, yeah, I'm adding my memory roll to
And that'll
that.
get you
I had a
6, right?
Yep, so that's a total of 12.
All right, so your blade aura is active. And last
thank God.
but not least, we've got Murray. Blind Murray.
Well, yeah, well, I'm blind, so I'm gonna, like, very carefully try to get down. I'm gonna grab onto the wall, onto the stone wall. I'm gonna, step by step, I'm gonna try to follow the voices.
Okay. Yeah, you managed to walk along the wall with your hand on it without tripping too many times.
Somewhere down here.
Yeah. You drag yourself down there.
Easy does it.
As you get towards the end of your turn, you can see, like, the blackness is fading away. Everything's kind of fuzzy for the moment, but you can make out the door in front of you. Yeah. That's like a near move, so if you want to act or move further, you're more than welcome to.
Okay, if I can try to push the door open as well, I'll do that as well.
Oh yeah, the door it's wide open. They had just walked through.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get into the other room as well then.
Do you want to go in the room with Salem or with Sozin?
I'm gonna stand there.
Okay.
Just in between and wait and see what happens.
Ready for either potential.
Yeah.
Well, the rats all go for Sozin except one. One runs this way, out this door. And all three of them, they're going to make a group attack, so they're going to get +1, +2, +3 together. So 13 will miss Salem. And
yes.
They sort of start nipping at you. You step to the side. You know, they brush away, and I think that triggers the blade aura, right?
No. If I remember, the blade aura only triggers if it's a successful attack.
Ah, okay. So yeah, nothing happens there. And the other one runs out the room and starts running this way. Run. It's running fast. And this brings us to Sozin, which at the end of his current turn, he will no longer be dazed. Murray's is gone now.
Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna float down over here and kind of point to the door and say, does anyone live here?
There's no response. I don't think so, Rowena says. But there's nothing in there but rubbish. I am pretty sure. I checked that one pretty well, didn't I? She scratches her head.
Is the door open?
It's ajar, similar to the other one.
Alright, so I want to pull out my Watcher Eye and kind of poke it around into the door without opening it at all. Just kind of look inside.
Okay. It's a closet. It's pretty dark, so without it being open, it's very hard to see anything.
Alright, I'm gonna put my eye back in my head and I'm gonna open the door.
There's a closet in the door. Make a wisdom check for me.
Okay. That's a fail.
You hear something, but it's behind you. It's like over here. You look around, you don't see anything.
That's worrying. Just gonna look around the closet real quick and see if there's anything, like, not a super long, but like I'm not digging through things, I'm just gonna
So you're like
glance.
sticking your head in the door?
Yeah.
Okay. You stick your head in the door, and Murray, as your vision comes back, you turn and look at Sozin. As his head is pulled out of the door, it's completely invisible.
right, so I'm I'm gonna turn back
He's
to
got
the
no
others.
head.
Yeah,
I'm
his
gonna
head is
turn
just
back to
gone.
the others and say, "There's nothing in this room. We should move on." Oh. If my head is invisible, does Ebony Hood still work?
I would say no.
Okay.
This is how long your head is invisible for, by the way. If you want to
Okay.
color that blue, that'd be awesome.
If since I stuck my eye in there, or I guess my eye's already invisible.
Yeah,
Never mind.
it's invisible for sure. Skinny, you're standing in this hallway looking ahead, and you hear this rat come scuttling up behind you. What would you like to do?
Does it look like it's coming for me?
It doesn't seem overly aggressive towards anyone right now.
Skinny is gonna step into the room and start heading. Did you say over here there was like a game board or something?
Yeah, there's a game board there.
Yeah, that's definitely got Skinny intrigued. So he's gonna move on in and head slowly towards it while looking around the room.
Yeah, this room, it was definitely like a room for like hanging out. There's like some books on the shelf, but also like little statuettes and stuff like that. Probably for the workers at one point. And yeah, there's this game board sitting on the table. It looks
Cool.
like this.
Ooh.
Oh snap! Is that Go? Wait, no, never mind.
It's not Go. I thought about using Go, but then I was like, too complicated. As you are peering down at the game board, Skinny, there is something carved into the wooden table there. It says, 4 turns or good night to you.
Okay. Can Skinny see into this room?
Yep, it looks to be, let me actually check what this room looks to be. It looks to be a closed door. The door is not on the floor like the picture. It is a closed door.
Okay. Skinny's gonna go up and see if I can open the door.
It is open. You open the door, and inside it is like a wall of black.
I do have a torch as part of my adventurous pack. Could I light it and see if that affects the darkness?
Yeah, you light up your torch, you hold it close to, like, this darkness, and you kind of, like, poke it with the torch. The torch just disappears once it goes in. It's like the light does absolutely nothing. You can feel the heat from it still. So you stick the whole end in. There's no light coming from there. It's black.
Have I got any movement left?
Yeah, you can walk in there if you'd like.
Yep, that's exactly what I want to do. I want to step in.
You walk in. Everything around you is pitch black. It's very hard to orient yourself. But you feel along one of the walls. And before long, you're kicking like a chair leg or something like that.
Yep.
And you're...
that's it for me, I guess.
All right. Let's go back to Salem then. What's up with you and the rats?
So, I guess these rats are not amused. But I'm going to go a little bit further into this hall doorway kind of area, so that way the rats can't surround me.
Okay.
And I'm going to use my spear to stab into them.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna use Dark Pact, take out 3 HP, and add that to my strength roll, so it's gonna be a +6 in total.
I love it.
That is a 10.
Dang, that is a 10, but you did... Oh no, you didn't do the same thing last turn. You cast last turn.
No. Yeah.
Rough. You surge forward with your spear, but the rats, they kind of glide around it, not even caring a little bit about it.
Oof. Alright, then that is it for me.
How about Murray?
Okay, so being able to see left hand, I see Sozan without a head.
Correct.
Right hand, I see Salem and rats.
Correct.
Do you need I'm gonna shout like two different things. Like, Sozan, you don't have a head. Are you all right? And then I'm gonna turn to Salem. Do you need help?
I think I've got this.
Okay. I'm gonna follow Skinny, I think.
All right. So, Murray, as you're walking up towards him, you see him like light a torch, and you're kind of like, I wonder what he's doing. And then you see him like stick the torch in. There's no reflection. There's no emission of light once it comes out of this doorway that he's sticking it in. And then you watch him walk through.
Here?
Yeah. You can get all the way there. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Can I scan the room?
Yeah, you see the same game set. There also is like a doorway over here that you notice. Other than that, there's like some figurines on the shelf there, a couple of rotten books, and obviously the door that Skinny just walked through and disappeared into.
No skulls.
Not that you immediately recognize. You don't see any skulls.
Okay, all right. I think I'm gonna move up to the game board.
All right. You see this, and it says above it, 4 turns or you lose.
4 turns. Is that just question for myself? What game is that? Is that Viking chess?
It is a special type of chess. If you would like, I'll allow you to make a history check to see if you recognize it.
Not sure if the dwarves I grew up with know that kind of. What do I add? Wisdom or intelligence? 10. No.
Yeah, you don't recognize the game.
Okay. Yeah, that's it for me. I'm gonna stand there, scratching my head, wondering what type of game that is.
Okay. We come back to the rats and Salem then, and as you are all still standing in this room, all of you turn to stone. Yes, the 3 rats that he was with, as well as himself, Salem is now stone.
Wait. What?
Yes, you have been turned to stone.
Dang. Alright.
We come around now to Sozan, whose head is invisible.
Alright, so Sozan is still kind of disoriented and floating, and I feel like this is really fitting. So he's kind of going to stagger around in midair and like fall into the closet behind him.
Okay.
But he's going to catch himself on the doorway with his hands and pull himself back out.
So you are literally hands.
Yes.
I understand.
Floating hands.
You are indeed floating hands.
And then... shoot. I'm going to go... my hands are going to go try and pull Salem out, I guess.
He's stone, so he's pretty heavy, but you can try.
Okay, can I cast levitation on him?
Yeah, you can cast levitation on him.
Okay, I will do that. That is an 8.
You try, but alas, you do not levitate him.
Alright.
Skinny, you're in darkness.
Yes, I've been going around, patting the walls, kicking my shins against tables and chairs or whatever. Probably swearing a little bit as I do it.
You feel around the room, and what you can notice is there's a table that is knocked over that had 2 chairs sitting at it, and there's also a cabinet, or I guess shelves is a better word, that lines this entire back wall. As you feel along it, you can feel what feels like maybe a glass of some sort or another. You feel rotted books, rotted bags, stuff that's very, very old, and you kind of walk the whole room, and that shelf and the table is the only thing that you recognize in it that would be of note.
Okay. Skinny is probably good. Will I have heard Murray at any point? Will I be aware of him?
You would have heard his footsteps, I assume. He wasn't sneaking, so.
Yeah, Murray, can you help see in the dark? You've got good vision, right?
Well, I've got regular vision, I think.
Because this room's pitch black. I have a torch and I can't see anything. Any ideas?
Murray, make a wisdom check. You feel compelled
no idea.
to go into the room.
Oh, okay. I have an idea. I'll try it myself. Okay, I'm gonna walk into the room. I don't understand the game anyway, so... And I was blind just a moment ago, so that
used
should
to it,
give
yeah.
me an advantage.
You come in the room, you feel out the room the same as Skinny on this turn, and you make out... There's definitely a shelf. You make out a couple different bottles on the shelf, and you feel a couple other weird objects that you can't quite make out on the shelves, but that's it.
A skull?
Make a wisdom check.
Please be better.
Yes, there is in fact
19.
a skull.
And I'm gonna take that and don't let go.
Perfect. All right. Salem, unfortunately, you are stone. Now, this isn't the end for you. You are not dead. You are just turned to stone. As long as one of the other characters can figure out how to unstone you, then all shall be well. With that, we're going to go right back to Sozin, as this rat just scurries along across the hall in front of you.
Alright, so... What all is... I want to look past Salem and see, what all is in this room. Looks like there's a chest.
There is indeed a chest in the back corner there.
I have a feeling that's probably... Sorry, go ahead.
There's also, notably, a couple of dressers. One looks very ornate. Some of the other ones are open and sprawled. There's these 4 tables in the middle of the room. And you see a closet off to the right side there.
Alright. I have a feeling that chest is probably trapped, but I also kind of want to see what the trap is. In the meantime, that might work. I have 2 spells I want to try, so I'm going to try... First off, I want to attempt to translocate with Salem.
Okay. You can do that.
Alright. That's... No, I can't.
You cannot do that. You attempt to translocate with him, nothing happens.
Alright, so I'm going to float past him and
Beautiful.
see if I
As
can...
you float past him and enter the room, you immediately see that he begins to become human again. So do the rats. And in around 20 seconds, they are back to their normal selves. And yeah, unless there's something else you have to do, Sozin, you cast, you move, you're good, right?
Yeah,
All right, Skinny.
Murray, will you have declared that you found a skull?
I will have declared that I have. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Okay. So what is that? About 6 left. Because there's one
yeah.
upstairs, one here. Okay. Do you know anything about that game?
No. No. Seems. No, I don't know. We
Okay.
didn't play that where I'm from.
Okay, can Skinny go over to walk out the room?
Yeah, immediately
Does anything
light
happen to me?
light returns to you as you come back. You look behind you and you just see this black wall in the room. And yeah,
Cool.
everything's back to normal. It's very bright because you're holding a torch.
Can I inspect the game board properly this time and see if maybe I know of it?
Absolutely, you can make a history check.
So is this with intelligence?
Intelligence, yes.
It's a flat roll.
But
Yep.
you recognize something. So this isn't a
Yep.
game they play much in Thusham, but you know it's about attackers and defenders. And from the arrangement of the pieces, it is White's turn. So you have determined that White must move. This is the piece that you must move. You know that in this game, pawns can move in a straight line in any direction. And surrounding a piece, for example, like this, removes it from play.
Mm-hmm.
The goal is to defend your king and get him to the edge of the map for White, and Black's goal is to get the king.
Okie doke. So if I move the white one to there, that will get rid of this one.
Correct.
Okay. I'll do that. I'll put my gurgling finger on it and slide it across.
As you touch your hand to the piece, it glows along the rails that the pawn is allowed to move. So it was here, and it glue all along this rail, and all along this rail. And you moved it to here. You move the piece, it disappears, and yeah, nothing happens. The black pieces then move. And we'll go to Salem now. Who is no longer stone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. So, I'm no longer stone now, huh?
Neither are the rats.
Neither are the rats. Got it. Sozin, I see you.
No, you don't. He's invisible.
No, you don't.
Oh, I don't. Got it.
You see my
would
hands.
Would
Yeah,
I
you see
know
his
that I
hands.
turned to stone?
You would be aware, yes.
Okay, I would be aware. I'm like, okay, that doesn't feel good.
I didn't like
A
that.
man
yeah.
of metal. So, I'm gonna try to move past these rats.
Okay. Yeah, you walk by them. They're small enough that you can step right through over them.
Okay. Let's see. So this is a chest right here.
Correct.
All right, and I just see these hands. Can I make a wisdom roll to see if I recognize these hands as Sozin's?
You would definitely recognize them. He's got
okay.
very recognizable gloved hands. You know it's him.
Then can this chest over here open?
You try and lift the latch. It is locked.
Then I would like to slice it open with my spear.
Okay. Go ahead and make a hard check. It is durable.
All right, I'm sacrificing. I already sacrificed 3, so I'm at 17. I'm gonna sacrifice 5 HP.
Okay.
Bring me down to 12. All right. Well, now I regret that. Anyway, that's almost a 30-something.
Go ahead and roll damage for me.
Alright. Damage is... What is my damage? Hold on. I have a +3. Okay. So +3 weapon effort.
Sweet.
8 damage.
You smash the box with your spear, and splinters go flying. You can see you've cracked it pretty good. You know, another smack like that, it's open. You can bust it the rest of the way. It's almost open.
Sweet.
And that brings
That's
us
it for me.
to Murray.
Yeah. So Skinny has left the room, walked out, and I'm kind of hugging the skull, and I'm gonna walk out slowly and gonna walk up to Skinny and look at him, show him the skull with a grin, go like, "What kind of game is that?"
It's about attackers and defenders, and I get the sense that it's a game that now I've started, I cannot stop playing.
Oh, okay. So you have 3 turns left.
Apparently so.
Yeah.
Mind giving me a hand?
I can try, and I want to have a look at the game again. Yeah.
What do you think my next move should be?
Remember, the goal is get to the king to any edge of the map. Every piece can move in a straight line in both horizontal and vertical directions.
Yeah.
As many spaces as possible they can move.
So it means like somewhere here, right?
Any
So the
edge.
king can move the same?
Any edge.
Yeah, the king can move the same as the pawns. So, like, this king can move in a straight line up to this pawn because that's a wall. But if it was here, it can move all the way to the edge.
Yeah.
And that would win.
Cool.
We have to basically, and we have 3 turns left.
Correct.
So we have to. And we have to either block the way here so that a black piece can't get there, or we have to open up the way so that our king can get to one of the edges.
Yep.
This is gonna take some time.
Okay, I'm gonna leave
carry on.
this screen active, but we're gonna come back to the other one for the meantime.
Yeah.
Just so I can describe what's happening over there. Yeah, all the rats in the room, they go after Salem because they kind of figure they can't bite hands very easily. There's only hands floating there. So they're gonna...
I mean, they can if they believe.
They could, but they're hungry. They've been stoned a long time. And they're going to jump and bite in as one on Salem here. And that will hit.
Yep, that will hit.
So it's going to be +3 here for 8 damage. Oof. All 3 of them latch on.
So I was at 12 before this. So that brings me down to like 4, huh?
Yeah. Yep.
Then they take retaliation from my blade. Since it's 3 rats attacking me, do they all trigger it, or is it just going to be one trigger?
They're attacking as one, so it's just one trigger.
Alright. That's cool. Weapon effort, go! That's 7 damage. 7 damage.
One of the rats at the front is spiked by the blades around you. The other 2 manage to sink their teeth in and deal that damage to you. And
This rat sucks.
this rat is gonna just wander around. And I'll put this back.
Can I ask a question real quick?
You can.
That rat that's just wandering around, like, is it hyper intelligent or something? Is it off trying to find its own way in life? Why isn't it with its friend?
It's a different rat. It's doing its own thing.
Alright. Gotta get Ratatouille up.
Yeah, Ratatouille, exactly. Coming back to Skinny and Murray, but Murray, you should make the move since you didn't act on your turn.
Yeah.
You have 3 turns. You need to get the king to the edge.
Yeah.
But I don't see it in 3.
Yeah, I'm either torn between putting moving the white piece up here to take the black piece, like from here to here.
Yeah. Skinny's literally looking at you like, you go, man. Like,
Yeah. So I'm just Murray's just trying if he understood the game correctly, and is gonna move this piece up here.
So this is what happens. The piece disappears off the board. Then the board flashes red once, and the piece slides back.
Okay, so so that shows us that's not the correct move.
Yes.
Okay.
Skinny, you get to call the next shot.
and I know that a piece has to be surrounded on opposite sides to be taken.
Yes. Have to be on opposite sides to be
Okay.
taken.
Cool. Skinny is gonna place his finger down on that piece and drag it down 1.
This black piece moves to match. It stays in place. We'll come back to Murray
Okay.
now.
Oh no. Okay.
I just wanted to see what it would do.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I'd say probably moving the king up here, maybe.
Okay. This piece moves like this.
Skinny looks slightly perplexed.
We're gonna come back to the other guys. Salem. A couple rats were nipping at you.
Yeah, I see that. These evil rats. I will. I guess I'm distracted from this. Okay, can I just ask, just in case I missed it?
Yeah.
What's going on with Sozin? Has Sozin been taking turns?
Sozin has been taking
Is he
turns.
alive?
Yeah, he's hands right now.
Okay. Alright then, because I thought Sozin was before me, but... Alright.
Sozin,
Got it.
you moved this turn, right? Or did I skip you?
I think that was last turn.
Okay.
I don't think I did anything.
I'll get
this
you
turn.
in after Salem then.
Okay.
Alright, so I hold one of my fists, and I'm going to punch one of the rats right in the face using Vampiric Ray,
Okay.
but at melee range.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sacrificing 2 of my HP for this. No,
Oh,
I'm sacrificing 3 HP for this.
going down to 1. Ballsy.
Yep. And I'm adding it to my 8 roll, so that's a +5 total.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, please hit this.
If I'm not mistaken, you did the same thing last turn, did you not? So it should be easy.
Last turn I did a spear attack and
you're right.
missed.
You're right. You used the spear last time, and this time you're trying to punch it.
Okay. You know, no, there's nothing I can do. I've got nothing.
You can move if you'd like, but that's it.
I can move if I like.
Yep. Remember, the rats are small enough you can just step over them.
Wait a second. I have captain's rations.
Okay.
I remember. Do captain's rations last more than one session?
If you didn't eat them,
I didn't eat them. I have a 1d6.
then you can eat them, and then remove it from your sheet as it is eaten.
Yeah. All right then. I'm gonna eat my captain's rations and heal for that 1d6.
Sweet.
4 HP.
All right, Sozin.
All right, so I want to cast Shrink Ray on treasure chest.
Shrink ray on what? I didn't hear you.
The chest.
Okay, go for it. You shrink
18.
It's
All right, then I want to.
It's like the size of a deck of cards.
All right, so I'm gonna pick it up and put it in my pocket, and then I'm going to leave the room. Start heading towards Skinny and Murray.
That was a smart decision, because as your turn ends, Salem, the two rats both turn to stone.
Along with me.
Along with you, yep.
Shoot.
No.
This rat starts sniffing around. it's not really doing much. We'll come back to Sozin now.
Oh, okay. Shoot. All right, I'm going to. What would I would probably notice that Salem didn't follow me, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm going to float back, poke my head back in the room.
Okay, as you pass through the threshold, Salem, you are turned from stone to flesh yet again, as are the rats.
And then I'm gonna leave.
Okay. you kind of like arch your neck. Come on.
I feel like Salem is out of his mind right now. He doesn't understand why this keeps happening.
That rat is a clever rat, isn't it?
All right.
How many rats are in the room?
There's 2.
2. Okay.
And Skinny and Murray will come to you guys with your game now.
Okay. Skinny attempts to slide this piece to there.
As you do that, both you and Murray hear a click. A panel of stone on the wall pops.
I immediately go over and have a look.
It's a small drawer. You slide it out. It's like a stone drawer. There's a skull inside.
I'll pick it up and just show Murray.
It has a mark.
Oh, another skull.
Similar to Murray's, but not the same. In fact, now that we've got a few here, we can get rid of the game board. Oh, let's make sure we do... Oops, come on now. There we go. And now that we've got 3, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
The one we started with, and then the one from the pitch black room,
Yeah.
and now this one.
Mm-hmm. 1 second, I just gotta check, but as I am checking, we'll go to Murray as you are in the room.
Okay, so, there's another skull. I rejoice. And then, that was really good. You've done most of the work, to be honest, though.
No, that was a team thing.
I still don't understand how you play that game.
I'm just glad we didn't lose, because I don't know
yeah.
what the cost would be.
Me too. Maybe we get a skull. Either way.
Yeah, maybe we leave this area.
Yeah, let's look for the others.
Yeah.
There's some rats, I think. But Salem said he can handle them.
I suppose we press on then. Find another skull where we can.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to walk out the door. No, actually, maybe I'm gonna walk over here, if I may, and look at that door and try to open that and try to have a look around here.
So you open this door, it opens to a small hallway, and you see another door at both ends of it. In front of you, it looks like there's some rubble of what used to be a passageway. It's pretty rubbly, though. Pretty rubbly.
Okay.
And yeah, this door is also closed. You can make your way here. You can open the door if you'd like. That's about as far as you can get.
Yeah, I'd like to do that. Yeah.
It's a loo. Inside, it's a bathroom.
Okay, without skulls.
You just see from where you're standing, there is a toilet at the far end, where a wall. There used to be a door, but it's fallen off at this point.
Okay, I'll investigate at my next turn.
All right, we're back to Salem now.
All right, good old Salem. What can I do for you?
No longer stone.
I want revenge on these rats. I'm gonna punch them again.
All right, it's easy.
All right, it's easy. It's easy. I'm sacrificing 2 HP still, so that should bring me back down to 3. So that's +4 to my roll. Come on.
7 is not quite enough, unfortunately. These rats are giving you an aneurysm at this point.
Yeah, they are. They are. So with that, I'm gonna cut my losses and run out of here.
Okay. Yeah. At this point,
into the hallway.
At this point, Sozin is completely visible once again. He's standing there in the hallway. The rats, however, have tasted your flesh, and they long for more. They're gonna attack together yet again.
Oh no!
I'm a robot. They like machinery.
They're chewing you to bits. They love it.
Alright, well,
they're going to be hit with the with an 18. That's going to hit. It's going to be +2 to this now because there's only 2 of them, so 5 damage.
They also take 5 damage.
So one of them.
And I'm down.
Sozin, as you're standing there, you see Salem back out of the room. And
can I sacrifice my common shield?
You can sacrifice your shield.
I can sacrifice my common shields.
That's even cooler. So you see Salem backing out of the room, sort of swinging his fists at these rats, and one gets between him, jumps forward, and his blade aura stabs it, and then the other one jumps and he blocks it with the shield, but it splinters into bits as the rat bites hard. And it is your turn, Sozin, as after you see that.
Alright, so I think there might be something in this room still. I want to... What?
Nothing.
Okay. I want to ask Rowena to come over here.
You call out. Well, you see, those fellows, they're about to get here, so I've really got to go. And she floats away.
Darn. Alright. If I can make it to this room, I want to head in there and search for a lantern.
So you walk along the wall, but you can really only check out the corner here in that move. But you don't feel anything yet.
Alright.
Skinny, what would you like to be doing?
We tried that. We tried that room.
You did try.
Me and Murray have just been in there.
Yeah. I think there might be something in there.
Okay.
I have an idea.
Okay.
Cool.
Skinny, what would you like to be doing?
Okay, Skinny's gonna just say to Sozin, but if you get in trouble, just give out a shout. I'm gonna check this room over here. And Skinny's gonna... Is this a door here?
Yes, it is.
Is it closed?
It's ajar. You can see from what you're peering into, it looks to be a kitchen of some sort.
Okay, I'll push it open and move in, yeah?
Okay, yeah, you walk in, you look around the kitchen. Nothing really sticks out to you.
Is there any large pots?
Sure, there's a large pot.
Does it have a lid on it? And if so, can I lift it and look inside?
It does not have a lid on it. It's just a big cast iron pot.
And it's empty.
And it's empty, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to look around this room because so far we've obviously found a skull in each room. I just want to really check this kitchen and make sure.
Go ahead and make a wisdom check.
So I want to is that a table here?
It is. It is a table.
I want to look under the table, look in anything I can open and stuff like that. So wisdom 16.
Okay. As you search around the room, you do notice something. You notice there are some rat footprints in here. And they lead out of this room in this direction.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that
I
brings
think a rat was in here.
Murray, if you'd like to go.
Yeah, I'd like to look into the restroom loo.
Okay,
Just have a look if something's in there that could be important, or maybe there's a skull somewhere. We don't know.
As you walk down this corner, you are confronted with a large bathtub sitting in front of you, and inside that bathtub is a big toad. Way too big of a toad. It's man-sized. And its tongue lashes out at you. Make a dexterity save.
Ooh. Dexterity is my forte. 6.
As you try to dodge out of the way of the bite, it sucks you in. Its tongue latches to you. And you're
cute.
pulled into its mouth.
Okay.
You have an action.
I have an action. I still, if that's, if you'll allow that, I still have those sleeping herbs from the last adventure.
Okay.
I'm gonna stuff them into the, I'm gonna feed them to the frog.
It's a frog, so let's see if its constitution is gonna be feeling this. It's got nothing to it, so it's a flat roll.
Oh.
The herbs seem to have no effect on the frog.
I wilted.
Yeah.
That's a great idea as well.
That was a great idea.
Yeah. It's munching on sleeping herbs all the time, so it doesn't do anything. Okay. Well, I'm not very tasty. Okay, another wild idea. Can I call upon the dormant plant life within those sleeping herbs and transform them into some kind of tangly stuff that I can...
You can on your next turn.
Okay.
But Salem, we're to you now. You're facing down with one rat. You've lost your shield. What would you like to do? Oh, I think you are muted. There you go.
Oh, hello. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go. You're good.
So I was saying that I wanted to, once again, I don't care how long it takes. I'm going to cast this vampiric ray.
Okay.
But yeah, let's do it.
Make a wisdom save.
Oh, wisdom save. Me.
Yes.
Okay. Got you.
You reach your fist up to punch this rat, and you're like, yeah, I'm going to punch him, and then I'm going right back in that room I just left. So go ahead and punch him, and then you're going to walk in that room.
You know what? As I walk in the room, maybe I'm not going to punch the rat.
Okay.
Can I make a con roll?
You can make a
I
con.
want to make a recovery. Is what I'm. What
You
I
can
mean.
do that.
Yeah. Sorry. I want to make a recovery. I do have an item that helps me with that.
All right.
So I have. How much HP do I have left right now? I think I'm at 2
3.
HP.
3, I believe.
3. Okay, so I'm gonna sacrifice 2 for this recovery roll. And here we go. That's a total of 3. Please make it. Thank
Makes it.
God.
Yes.
So I heal back 1 plus 10 HP
Nice.
because I have the Ring of Ours.
Yep.
What?
Wow.
Sweet.
Pretty crazy.
Wow.
Alright, that brings me back up to 12.
All right. As you enter the room, you turn to stone.
Yay! Look, at this point, I think I'm starting to enjoy it.
The rat at this point sees you turn to stone and sees you like not punch it, and it starts sniffing around.
I love these rats.
And it's gonna go sniff this way.
How big did you say these were?
They're slightly larger than normal. That's it.
Okay.
Like a rabbit size.
Yeah, like a rabbit, like a small rabbit,
Mhm.
or a big rat. The toad on the other side of the map here is going to bite down on Murray. Go ahead and make a defense save.
Oh no.
No! That is a 2.
You take
Oh,
6
come on.
damage as it begins to crunch you down. Its
Of
saliva
course.
burning at your skin a little bit. You do not enjoy being digested.
No.
Sozin, we're to you now, and as you come into play here, you hear from Skinny that there's a ghost walking into its room.
Oh.
He doesn't look quite all there. His face is a little bit twisted, his eyes twitching a little bit weird. And, yeah, Sozin.
Alright, so I definitely need to go somewhere else, but I think I want to search this room at least once, because, yeah, I think there's something.
Okay.
So I'm going to search for a lantern.
You feel along the wall, make a wisdom check.
Alright, I have none of that. 15.
Yes.
There's not a lantern, but you feel 2 bottles. And as you give it a little shake, you can recognize that it is indeed liquid inside of it. You give it a sniff, it smells like some gar. But you can't make out what it is in the darkness.
Alright, then want to step out of the room.
Okay. Skinny, what would you like to do as the friendly ghost enters the room?
A friendly ghost.
Uh-huh.
Did you say a friendly ghost?
I said friendly ghost with a weird face that's his eyes twitching, and he doesn't look very, very friendly at all, actually.
Uh-oh. Okay. Skinny's just gonna pause a moment and then in. So he's just floated in through a wall.
Yeah.
Sorry to intrude. Is this your kitchen?
You see him
Let's see if he
begin to
responds.
move his mouth in a mechanical way, and no words are coming out. There's just like guttural sound. That's about all you get out of him.
Will I have heard the commotion with the toad at all?
I think you probably would have heard like a pretty loud, like someone being dragged across the floor, maybe.
Should I make it? I'll make a whiz roll just to see if I
Sure.
don't hear it.
Yeah.
Alright. So +2, just to see. No.
Yeah.
So I heard something, but nothing to raise alarm bells.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna back up into the room ever so slowly.
Uh-huh.
And just say to Sozan, "There's another ghost in there. I don't know what to do if it comes at me, and I'm gonna get my whip out ready. For if he comes at me, I'm gonna attempt to hit him with my whip."
Okay.
But
Right.
I've walked in like slowly stepping back. It's like, you know, in Jaws when he walks back into the boat,
Mm-hmm.
and everyone looks at him. That's what it's like. I'm just unsure.
Sozan's gonna nod and say, "I'll see what I can do."
In the meantime, Murray, in the mouth of a toad. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna shout.
That's a good idea. Yeah, Sozan
I'm
and
gonna
Skinny, you hear this.
shout something like, "Help, there's a big toad trying to eat me. It's probably because of the mushrooms. They're delicious, but I'm being devoured. Help."
That toad's kind of have quite a thing.
And
Quite an issue if he eats you.
yeah, and if I still can, oh no, I'm gonna do something funny. I'm gonna take out some chewing bark, and chewing bark is wood, right?
Sure.
So I'm gonna jam it into the what's it called? The palate?
Oh, the dangly thing in the toad's mouth?
Yeah, the kind of
It makes you throw up, that thingy?
Punch bag thing.
somewhere in there, and I want to wood shape it into something pointy so that it goes right in the head.
Okay. Yeah, I'll allow you to wood shape a spear.
Wait, let me see what the English word is. Doesn't know the English word. I only know the German word. Well, anyway, I'm gonna wood shape the chewing bark into the frog's head. Trying anyway.
Yeah.
That is a success. That is a 16.
Go ahead and roll magic effort for damage.
Yes, I'm gonna do that. That is gonna be 11.
The giant toad's head is spiked and squished. You see one of its eyes completely slumped to the side.
I'm sorry.
But it's still alive.
Still alive.
It's still alive.
Oh. Okay. Help.
Salem, unfortunately, you are stone. So, you're going to stay right there for the time being.
I have a question.
Sure.
If I'm stone, and I'm fully aware of the fact that I'm stone,
Uh-huh.
will I still, since my mind is in place, can I still sacrifice my HP and give it to other people?
I would say no, but you can charge your memory.
Oh,
Because you don't
okay,
have
then
blood
I'll
to give, and Dark Pact specifically mentions blood.
Technically oil. I thought
Right,
oil.
right. You don't have oil, though, either.
Well, okay, then. So then, yeah, I will use my mind powers to charge my memory ring, then.
Yeah, you can still form memories while you're in stone form. I'll allow it.
That's 5. Thank you.
Alright, Skinny, as you're backing up into the room, you forget that there's a rat crawling around by your foot. You almost step on it, so it decides to bite you. +1 to its attack. Ooh. 3 damage.
Okay.
The ghost who you saw, you see pots and pans floating around it, and a horde of them just fly at you. You can make a dex or defense roll to get out of the way.
Okay. Defense is +3, so I'll do defense.
Sweet.
Nice.
Mark that mastery, and you glide out of the way. As you glide, also take a hero coin. That was cool.
Awesome. Thank you.
And, yeah.
Like Neo from the Matrix.
Obviously, everyone hears a loud clatter of pots and pans echoing off the hall. And Rowena is calling from upstairs, "I told you he wasn't friendly!" Sozan, we're to you now.
All right. So, I want to raise my hands up and kind of walk slowly into the line of sight of the ghost, but not getting close to it. And I want to say to it, hello there. My name is Sozin. What?
It responds in much the same way it responds to Skinny.
Alright, so I'm going to start stepping forward slowly. I want to say, I'd like to help you. May I?
It continues along the same babbling nonsense.
Okay. As I move closer, does it look like it's getting more aggressive or kind of just...
I would say it's not changed in its demeanor whatsoever. More pots and pans are starting to float around it as it's standing there, and you can only imagine it's for the next volley it's going to throw at somebody.
Alright, so I'm going to continue moving forward slowly, and when I reach it, I want to reach out and, I want to reach out and try to touch it, but since it's a ghost, I can't really, but I want to cast Mind Link on it.
Okay. Yeah, I think you can do that.
Alright. 12.
And
so...
you become aware of it, right?
Gain a target's thought contents or roll ultimate when convincing.
Okay, yeah. Its thought contents are completely fried. This is no ghost. This is a poltergeist.
Okay. I was that for a little bit.
Nice.
Alright. Darn. Okay. I'm gonna back up then.
Alright. Skinny. Got nipped on the side there. What do you like to do?
I'm going to attempt to end this rat's life.
Cool.
So I'm going to turn around. Nope, I miss it. It's too fast.
They're squirmy little buggers.
Yep. And yeah, just with my movement, I'll start moving down towards the commotion that was coming from down here and the scream.
Okay. Murray, while in the mouth of a toad, you've speared it pretty good. You have it in your hands now. You can continue the same sort of thing, keep it going. Or if there's something else you'd like to do, you're more than welcome.
I want to, just to mix it up a bit, I want to wild growth, wild shape that sleeping herb in its mouth to choke it.
Okay. That'll be a wisdom.
That is a 14.
Great. Go ahead and roll magic effort.
Yes. 5.
You hear the frog start to choke. Its saliva starts to get more intense. Its breathing starts to become rapid and panicked, but it's still alive.
Will you let go of me?
Salem, you are a rock. Would you like to charge your memory ring?
You're muted if you're talking.
Yeah, if you're talking, you're muted.
Sorry. Charge.
Oh, okay.
I'm still stuck in the rock, right?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Oh, wow, these are some really good memory rings.
Yeah, that's quite nice.
I'm just gonna stay a rock. That's my story.
Okay. In the meantime, the toad is going to try and continue its digestion of Murray, and the stick's now protruding through every orifice of it, hoping that it can digest these pieces to ease up a little bit of its breathing. So
Okay,
go
it
ahead.
doesn't let go. No.
It doesn't let go, no. It's determined. It's like panicked, swallowing, like forcing itself to swallow. Go ahead and make a defense save.
Yeah. That is
No.
a no. Wait, 11. Fuck.
11. Dang. All right. The juices of its saliva continue to burn away. Parts of the sticks that
Oh,
you grew through its mouth begin to melt. It's pretty potent saliva, but yeah, 6 damage.
Yeah, and while it's choking, I go limp.
Oh no.
I'm down.
The rat follows after Skinny.
Can I take off my ebony hood?
You can, and it will come right for you instead.
All right.
And that'll be a 12, so no, it doesn't hit. The poltergeist moves out into the hallway. Its pots and pans floating around it fly at Sozin. Go ahead and make a dex or defense roll. Do you want to try and get it out of the way, or
All right.
kind of just man it up?
That's a 12 on the die.
Oh,
So
perfect.
16 total.
Yep. You dodge out of the way without any issue. And I think, yep, that's everything. To you, Sozin.
Alright, so I actually gave away Destroy the Dead right before this game. So I don't actually have an effective way of dealing with a ghost anymore. So I want to pick up the rat that just lunged at me and start running back towards the stone room.
Okay, so strength tech to grab the rat, to snatch it.
Could I...
Now, if only you had something that would make it dazed, so it was easier to grab.
Oh, that'd be nice. I'm considering trying to cast levitation on it so that it doesn't weigh anything.
It's not about weight,
but,
it's about
yeah,
just wrapping your hands around it so it can't escape with its strength.
Yeah, I'll just roll strength then. That's fine. 10, dang it. Shoot. I don't have a hero coin. No. Wait, hang on, do hero coins carry over from previous sessions?
Yes.
Then I do have a hero coin. I want to add a d12 to that roll.
Okay.
3.
You grab
So that
it.
is a 13. Alright, and then I'm going to start running back to the room with Salem.
Yeah, you get almost all the way there. The rat.
And as we're running, I'm kind of gonna pet the rat and say, I think I'm gonna call you Raticlus. We should probably find you some food.
All right. Skinny, you're up.
Skinny's gonna carry on heading towards the sounds that he heard.
Yeah, you
Come around the corner.
You see Limp Murray in the mouth of a massive toad that is bleeding and choking and not looking great.
So this is why they always go to the toilet in pairs. And I draw my pistol and attempt to shoot it.
Yeah.
Oh no. Hang on.
Is that Little Heat?
Little Heat can't miss close. You
Yeah.
just done that one, yeah. So you're good.
Oh. So it's hit.
Yeah, it hits. Close.
Nice.
You walk up to its chest and pull the trigger.
Ah, cool. I'll roll damage. That's 5 total damage.
And that is enough to end the toad's life.
Poor toad.
The body of Murray falls out of his mouth, and as you peer around the toad's body in the bathtub, there's a skull.
I quickly grab the skull and then I presume next turn I can attempt to help Murray.
That is correct. Unfortunately, Murray, you are unconscious, so I need a d20.
Yeah.
That is not a 20, so roll up a d4, and that's how many turns.
Yes. 2.
Ooh. Alright, Skinny, you got a couple rounds to help him out.
Yeah.
And we're to Salem now, who is unfortunately still stone. Your teammates here have kind of left you high and dry. If you'd like, you can charge your memory ring, though.
Yeah, I'm charging my memory ring. Here's another roll. Another 5.
Okay.
I think, how many total charges is a memory ring again? 6?
Yeah, 6.
Alright, so I have 3 more left.
Sozin, as you're carrying the rat, it's going to try and bite into your hand. I'm going to say it's easy because you're holding it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, he bites. Ooh, for 6.
Oh no.
Alright.
The poltergeist, it's picking up the pots and pans it threw at you at this point, following you. And Rowan's like, you have to distract him. He's so foolish, I'm telling you. And she floats back up. As he comes around the corner, though, pots and pans come flying at you, Sozin.
Alright, so that's another dodge.
Yep, dodge, dex, or defense.
That is a
These
fail.
rolls.
Alright, so these are pots and pans, so they're not too damaging. Just 2 damage.
Alright.
And I believe... Yes, it is your turn.
Okay, so, to distract him, I want to cast Azul's Conjuration to make some hands and maybe have them steal his pots.
Okay, do it up.
That's a 4.
Hey.
I am going to step into the room with Salem, though.
Okay.
Step back out, and I'm not leaving the rat in there. And, like, he de-stoned, right?
Yeah, he de-stoned once you walked in.
Alright, so when that happens, I'm going to, like, kind of tilt my head and say, what the heck, man?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I am going to pull my hood back up now.
Okay.
That's a big rat.
Yes, it is. Sozin, go ahead and make a wisdom check for me.
Alright. 2.
So at first you're like, what the heck, man? And then you're like, you're right. I was supposed to go in this room. And you go in this room. You're standing around. You're not stone. But, yeah. You're convinced to go in there.
Am I still carrying the rat?
Yes. The rat is still in hand.
Okay.
Now we're to Skinny.
I mean, he might actually be right. I'm about to die.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna try a don't die on me, man. I don't think I've got any healing.
Int or whiz. Yeah. If Murray has a healing kit, you can take it off him.
Yeah. Do you have any sort of healing kit or anything?
No.
Okay.
Since I'm no longer...
Shall I re-roll that with a hero coin?
You can.
Or try one more time? Because I
Can
know
I
he's not
sacrifice
on...
2 HP to give it to him?
You can't see him from where you are, Salem, so no.
Oh, okay.
I think because I can see that he's not exactly slipping away right now, the dramatic moment hasn't arrived. So I'm not going to use my hero coin right now.
Okay, Sozin, you should also take a hero coin for going back and helping out Salem. I forgot to mention that.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
Murray, you are still unconscious. You have 2 rounds currently.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot that.
That's all good. There we go. And go ahead. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see. 20!
Oh, no.
All right, I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna say that to go ahead and roll on an item is destroyed
Okay.
from the saliva that is pooled around you.
Okay, what dice should I take?
So, however many items you have, just pick a die and then roll that die to determine which item is destroyed.
I have 5, so I'm gonna roll a d6, I say.
Perfect. Yeah.
And if it's a 6, I roll again.
Yeah. Sounds great.
Yeah, okay. Of course.
Of course, if it's a 6.
That is... that's my potion of cleansing.
Oh, unfortunately,
Oh.
it cracked
No.
when you fell, and the saliva burned it away.
Shit.
Salem, you are no longer stoned. You see Sozin,
No, I'm not.
for some reason, come back into this room, and it is your turn.
When I step into the room, I do want to tell him I have a plan.
I look at him and I just, is your plan to stay in this room?
Yes, that is my plan.
Alright. Deuces, and I walk.
Yes.
I go over to the shattered pieces of my common shield and I cast the mending spell on
Okay.
it. Alright, no. Nat!
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Finally.
The shield is definitely
My
repaired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Now
take a
it
mastery.
Do I repair 1d12 shields?
Yeah. Well, you repair it in one go, I'm going to say. It's just straight up repair.
Shoot. Okay, there we go. Alright, thank you.
And with that, we got a rat holding Sozin. Or Sozin holding a rat, I
What?
should say. And it's going to try and bite you again while you're grabbing it.
All right.
It unfortunately does not bite. You manage to kind of nimbly wiggle it around in your hand so it can't bite you.
I'm gonna
Salem,
keep petting it.
the poltergeist does see you, and now that you've taken Sozin's place, it just immediately starts pelting you with pots and pans as well. You can make a dex or defense roll. You are muted. I'm not sure what roll that was, but I think it's a fail either way.
That was a defense roll, but yeah,
Okay.
it's a fail anyway.
All right, the pots and pans come flying at you, and you take 2 points of damage.
Dang. Is he within melee range?
He is not. He's throwing pots at you. He's also incorporeal.
Oh, that's fair. Oh, well, these are magical blades. Would that still not be able to hurt him?
If they're magical and he was close, then yes, that would work.
Okay, but he's not close.
Correct.
Got it. So how much damage did I take?
2.
Oh, 2? Okay,
Yeah.
that's not bad.
And this brings us back to Sozin.
All right. So I have an idea. First things first, I'm going to call out to Salem and be like, "Dude, what are you doing? Get back in here." And then I want to stay in the room, but I want to go over to this door and stay like right at the edge.
So if you want to stay at the edge, you have to stand here.
Okay. So my goal here is to lure the poltergeist into the room, but like be far enough out that I can step out when it steps in.
Okay. So you're standing in or out right now? Or like half and half?
I guess in.
Okay. Skinny.
I'm gonna attempt to don't die on me, man. I'm
easy.
Murray.
Oh, hell yeah.
Ah, thank you.
Nice.
Needed that.
Go ahead and roll a
Yes.
d12. He gets that much HP.
Okay.
There you go, Murray. You got 5
Move it.
HP.
Ah. Oh. Hello, Skinny.
You okay?
I was eaten by a toad.
That's true.
Uh,
There's also an angry ghost throwing pots and pans around.
oh. Well, maybe he wants. Maybe we can. I have to catch my breath for a second.
Sorry. Just mopping.
5 hit points. Nice.
Yeah, if I have any movement, after helping, I want to move like towards these stairs
Okay.
as far as I can.
Sure. You can get out the door. There. And you
Cool.
can see the
Go ahead.
poltergeist down there throwing pots and pans at Salem. Murray, now that you're up with 5 HP, what would you like to do?
Ooh, I'm gonna catch my breath. I'm gonna look at the corpse of the toad, and I'm gonna pat it ever so slightly, and I'm gonna take maybe a bit of moss from my beard and chew it and try to.
Recover?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ew.
Yeah, now, of course.
Of course. Take the mastery. And, yeah, you can recover D12 extra. So, it should bring you back to full.
That.
No.
Yep.
Oh, so much power! Can take on 12 toads. Yeah, I'm gonna sit there and contemplate nearly dying, and then I'm gonna get up and follow Skinny.
Okay. Salem. You're muted if you're talking.
Hello?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, it's my turn?
Yes, it is.
Alright, so I got it. I hear Sozin's plan. I see you, Sozin. I see you, kinda. So I look at the poltergeist, and I tell it, thank you. That was very helpful. Maybe you can hit me with more pots and pans in this room as I come over into this. And I would also like to charge my memory ring.
Go for it.
Another fly.
Chosen and
That
Salem,
is it.
as you guys are standing in the room, you both turn to stone. The rat that you're holding, Sosin, turns to stone. And, yeah. The poltergeist floats along, sees that Salem has turned to stone. He starts wandering off. And we're back to Sozin, who is stone. So I'm not sure if you have any...
I misread it.
Can I make a recovery roll?
You cannot while you are stone.
Okay.
You require flesh for that.
Alright.
I imagine that leaves you with nothing, so we'll go to Skinny.
Skinny's going to turn to Murray and be like, so the ghost's been throwing pots and pans at Salem. Salem's gone into that room and the ghost has gone off.
Yeah. What's in
What-
that room?
What can I see of these stairs just below me?
So these stairs have a similar rubble collapse. The stairs to the far north, though, there is a passageway.
Yeah. Okay, then I shall enter this room on the right
Okay.
and make my way towards the others. On the way, do I see a rat in the corner?
Make a wisdom check.
Sorry, what did you say?
Go ahead and make a wisdom check to see if you see it.
Yeah, 16.
You don't see it.
Ooh.
Did it go into that closet?
Ah.
You do hear something, though. You hear a scratching, and it's very close to you.
If it's very close to me, can I just swing with my my whip?
You can attempt, but it's very hard.
Yeah, that's fine. Nah. That's like a 16.
Yeah. We're looking for 18 on that one, so...
Yeah, that's no problem. Just
Alright.
literally one of those hit and hope things.
Yeah. Murray, what would you like to do as you see Skinny enter the room and sort of thrash his whip about?
I'm gonna follow him. Ask him if he's all right.
There's something in here, I can't see it. It's small and it skitters.
Maybe a rat or a ghost rat. And I'm gonna walk over here and I'm gonna knock on that door.
So this door's open. It's the one Sozin stepped into to turn his head as invisible.
Oh, that's the invisible. Yeah, I wouldn't know that though, would I?
You would have seen Sozin stick his head in the thing and disappear.
Okay.
So yes, actually.
Okay, maybe I walk to that one and I'm gonna knock.
The door slams twice.
Hello there, my name is Murray.
It slams twice.
Okay. Two slams for a yes, one slam for a no. Do you have a skull in there?
It slams twice.
Do you want to get rid of that skull? I can take it for you.
It slams twice.
Okay. Just give it to me and I'll be on my way.
It slams twice.
Okay. That's a signal for yes, right? So I'm gonna take 2 steps back.
Okay. It slams twice.
It slams twice. Well. I'm gonna wait a bit.
You wait a bit. After you stop talking to it, it doesn't slam anymore.
Okay. Rowena?
She floats back down. I think he's gone, yes? Yeah, I don't see him around. What can I do you for, little fella?
Is there a skull in there?
It's pretty dark, can't tell.
Can I have a look?
I mean, Ernie is pretty adamant about keeping the door closed.
He's sending some mixed signals about the skull being in there or not.
I mean, I don't know if Ernie knows if anything is in anywhere. He's been gone a long time. If you're trapped in this realm for too long as a spirit, you lose everything. That's why I'm hoping to, get out of here before that happens to me. Not to rush you or anything.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up to the door and I say, Ernie, I'll be back. Take care. And I'm gonna walk up to this door.
The door slams twice. Yeah, this door is also open. You see a statue of Sozin standing in the doorway of the other room.
Okay.
Salem, unfortunately, you are stone. If you'd like, you can go ahead and charge your memory ring.
Yeah, give me something to do, huh? Oh, there we go. A 2.
All right. I got nothing going on this turn, so we're back to Sozin, who is stone, which means I believe he can't do anything. Which brings us to Skinny.
Skinny's going to walk forward to Sozin, and the rat.
Mm-hmm.
Is the rat connected to Sozin, or could I lift the rat?
They are 2 independent statues, but his hands are around it, so you'd have to break Sozin in order to get the rat out of his hands.
Sozin, do you need your hands to cast?
He can't respond because he is stone.
All right, I point at the rat and say, "You're lucky." Clearly, it's not a good idea. Murray, they're statues. Have you been in this room yet?
No, I haven't.
Have any ideas what we can do? Because they keep going back in it. There must be something about this room.
Maybe we can ask them if there's skulls in there. I'm really just looking for skulls.
Same here. Rowena?
Yes, darling. What can I do for you?
I know you've been super helpful so far, and I hate to ask for more, but is there a skull in that room?
I couldn't tell you. I never explored that room. I was drawn to some sounds further in.
Have any idea why our friends keep turning to stone?
I have no idea, but I will say it is the most perplexing thing. It seems whenever someone goes in there, a few moments later, stone. But if someone else enters, no more stone. Some sort of wonky magic, if you ask me.
Yep. I walk in the room.
Sozin and Salem immediately no longer become stone. And since Skinny did that, we'll go to Sozin now.
All right. Shoot. So I actually forgot about the treasure chest that I put in my pocket, and that should be unshrink raid for a while now.
Okay, let's we'll drop it somewhere else. It fell out of your pocket.
All right. So I think the skull from this room is probably in there,
I'm gonna say
in
it's
that
here.
chest. So,
And I pretty much damaged that chest too.
Yeah, it's battered.
I think I need a way to deal with Radiclus without actually hurting him because he's about to kill me. But I can figure out that later. I'm going to head down into this room because I think there's probably an invisible skull in that closet.
Okay. You do that. Salem, let's go to you now. You're unfrozen. It's been a while.
Yeah, I will run out of here.
You're
Just like, well,
fuck
whatever
this.
that again. First of all, I do a wave to Skinny. I don't know. Salem's used to it, you know. He's starting to enjoy it. So I'm gonna take this box, and I'm not gonna smash it like before, but I am gonna. It's pretty broken in. So is there like a crack I can put my hand in and sort of just pull apart the box?
Yeah, it's still gonna be a strength check though.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. This is just like a less destructive way to break it open. You know?
Gotcha.
So that's +3 I have. Why not? I'll sacrifice 2 HP, bring me down to 8.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. +5 to that.
Go ahead and roll basic effort. Nice.
4.
You tear open the lid of the chest. There's a skull inside.
I pick up the skull and I hold it up, and then I forgot the words to that one place, so I'm just gonna put it in my inventory.
This one. Alright. This brings us back to my turn. And this is where something a little bit weird happens. Murray, as you're standing there, a guy with a gun, looking absolutely identical to Skinny, pulls the trigger in your chest. Now, like the gun that Skinny has, it can't miss, except if he nat ones.
I have a +2 to gun as well.
Oh, that was close.
I have an idea.
It's gonna hit, because it's close, automatically hits.
Yes.
But, let's see the damage now. So 3 damage.
Hehe.
It grins at you and pushes you against the door so that it closes between you and Skinny. Sozin, the rat in your hand, tries to bite you. Now, it did this...
Okay.
Well, no, it didn't do it last turn because it was frozen in stone. That's going to be on a 12, so it's easy, which means it hits.
Alright.
Let's see. For 4 damage.
Dang, I'm down.
Oh, no.
That's what you get for holding rats.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
waiting a minute.
I have a hero coin.
Okay.
So, I'm guessing I can't subtract a d12 from anything, so it would have to be a reroll.
Yeah.
So can I have you reroll the attack?
No. Hero coins are for you, not for me.
Okay. So the hero coin won't do anything here.
Nope, not here.
Alright. Then I am down.
Okie dokie. And this goes down, and that's it. We're back to Sozin, who's unconscious. Go ahead and roll the 20.
Alright.
Whoa.
Whoops. So that's 3 rounds.
Yeah, 3. And now we're to Skinny.
I'm not stoned, correct?
You're not stoned.
Okay, so I'll step out
Make a
into the
wisdom check.
hallway.
Okay.
21.
You feel like something is probing you to go back in that room, but you're like, no, I'm not going back in there. So you do what you were going to do.
Okay, I'm gonna come over to this door because this place is weird, and if a door just shuts behind you, I am gonna go and look.
So
and swing it open.
At this point, Murray and Skinny's bodies are against the door, so you're going to need a strength check if you want to try and push it open.
Okay, yeah. That is a no.
As you're pushing,
the door's blocked.
Your own weight of your own person is blocking you on the other side.
Okay, I'm gonna use every moment or any movement I can to make my way around as far as you
Just
will let
about
me.
there. It looks good to me.
Cool. Then that's so far. I'm gonna call to Salem and go, something's wrong in that room.
Rowena goes, wait a second, what's going on? Who's that and who's that? She's looking at both Skinnies. And Murray, your turn.
Well, that's a very good question, Rowena. I don't know. And I'm gonna wood shape one of the bedposts into clone Skinny's groin.
Okay.
That is a 13.
That should hit. Magic.
Yeah. Take 4 damage, clone Skinny.
It kind of shoots through the edge of its hip. It grins at you. It doesn't bleed. It's like carving away a piece of clay.
Okay. And can I, after I did that, can I run over to Sozen?
Yeah, you kind of slurch out of its grasp and move away.
Yeah. Like between the door and Sozen?
Yep, you can do that.
Okay, yeah.
Salem.
Okay, so I hear that there's weird stuff going on. So I'm going to.
Oops, wrong one. Not that crazy.
What?
Go ahead.
So before I do anything, I just have one question. So I'm sorry about like my little bit of distractedness that I've been having, but
It's
I
okay.
am sitting down now. I just wanted to know how many skulls have we collected so far?
Let me check.
Got
I think we have
5.
5. Yeah.
One in the
So we're just missing one
in
more.
the dark room, the board game, the toad, and then the one you've just got.
You're missing 3 because there were 8 skeletons.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it was 6. Okay. There's 8 skeletons. We're missing 3. We haven't gotten the skull from this room yet. All right then. So I am gonna come in. I want to make a near move. Does that get me to about here?
Yep.
All right. And I'm gonna make a recovery roll.
Sure.
I'm going to sacrifice 3 HP.
Uh-huh.
So that should bring me down to 5 now. And add it to my con. So now I have a 4. And I'm gonna roll that.
Yep.
Oh, well, I didn't need to do all that. But that brings me back up to 16 HP now.
Nice.
And I'm gonna ask Skinny. So Skinny, what's going on in that room? What's happening?
I don't know. Murray's in there, and the door was closed. I tried to get back in, and I couldn't.
Alright. Where's Sozen? Have you seen him?
Last time I seen him, he was a statue, and then he turned back, and he might have head this way. I'm not sure.
I see. Alright then. If I peek into the room from where I am, can I see anybody?
You can see Murray standing in front of someone on the ground.
Okay. Alright then, that ends my turn.
All right. Skinny 2 sees Murray, comes forward again. As he's walking forward, loading that powder back into his pistol, push it up to your chest again, and he's gonna pull the trigger.
Oh.
Ooh, 8.
I'm down. Fuck.
Any chance Radiclus likes the taste of ghost?
Does Skinny
Radiclus?
use my dex, or have you got a different stat for it?
I am using his stats, his creature stats.
Something else. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, because you've only got +1 or something to Dex.
I've just got +2. I was just checking.
Yeah. The rat, though, goes for Skinny 2.
Nice.
Yes.
It does bite. And it bites for 3. The bite, it's like the clay again. It's like biting a tiny chunk of clay out of this thing. It seems to not even care about it. And we're to the top of the order again, right? Yeah, that's everything. Go ahead, Sozin.
All right. 4. That's why I got. No, I got. Yeah, I got 4 last time. Oh well.
Skinny.
Okay, Skinny comes walking around the corner, huffing and puffing. This place is really starting to... And then I just see myself.
You grin back at yourself.
I'm going to run at myself and attempt to tackle myself and start punching him and fighting him.
Okay.
Just something's up.
Strength.
You don't like
for
it.
Sure to tackle him.
Just go for him. That's a 12.
Okay, I'm gonna say you tackle him. Go ahead and make basic effort, and you're gonna be on top of him. Nice. So Skinny is
I
on
have a
Skinny.
+1. I've got a +1 to basics. That's 4 total.
As you're trying to grab him, and like it's like squeezing clay. I don't know how to describe it, but it doesn't seem to be doing much to him. As he wiggles beneath you. He smiles up at you, and Murray, what are you doing as you lying on the floor in the corner there?
Well, I'm trying not to die.
Yep.
Well...
Alright. You got
Whoa,
plenty of time.
that's good. Plenty of time. Gonna just chill out
Yeah,
in
just
the between.
bring that in with you, that die in for you. And then we'll go over to Salem.
Salem, help!
Yep, you're good. Yeah, I can hear you. Or maybe not. Oh, something.
Oh,
Oh.
oh no. I was back.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, you're working again.
My internet almost crashed right there.
That would be the worst time.
So, I was trying to ask, is Sozin also still dying?
Yeah, Sozin and Murray are both unconscious.
Alright, so I'm coming over to Mori, and I am... How many rounds does Sozin have left?
Sozin
I
has
got 2.
Alright, you're good, Sozin. Mori's closer. Mori, I'm gonna bring you back to life.
Oh.
I'm gonna sacrifice... Well, I'm gonna do a don't die on me roll, so it's not gonna bring you back to life. But don't die on me, man. As I'm gonna sacrifice 4 of my HP. Is it int or wisdom that I can use?
Either.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna use int, so that's a total of a +6. I'm gonna, I don't know how human bodies work, so I'm just kind of gonna give you like a little kick, and I'm like, come on, get up, you flesh bag. Dang it.
Doesn't work.
Flesh bag is not the correct terminology, I guess.
Well, there it goes, 4 HP. Alright, well, that's all I have.
All right. Skinny 2 under Skinny 1 is gonna, while you're rustling on top of it, he whispers into your ear, "It's my body now," and he pulls the trigger on his pistol. So that's gonna hit because you're close. Can't dodge it, and that'll be 8.
I'm down.
Oh no!
Oh.
I'm down. That was 1 too many.
As he pulls the trigger, he rolls you off of him and gets up. He looks at Salem, dead in the eye, and goes, "Now listen, 3 of you down. I'll let you walk, but you know you're trapped in here forever either way. You want to live as a ghost, or you want to die and become a ghost? The decision is yours."
I look at him. So do I get a turn after this since no one else can really go?
Everyone's gonna roll their death saves, and that's
All
it.
right. I'll just let everyone do that, and I'll answer him on my turn.
All right. As you're talking to him, the rat casually goes to bite his leg. Now that he is, now there's the only
Die
one.
by
On the rat.
Yeah.
The rat nips another tiny little piece out of him, but it's just clay. He sort of kicks at the rat, kicking it back, but not doing any damage, and it does not appear to be very affected by these rat attacks. Sozin.
All right. That's a 4.
Oh no. The dreaded 4s.
Oh man, this is scary.
Skinny 1.
Okay, so D20 roll.
Oh no.
Okay, D4.
Oh, Salem.
Ooh.
Salem, you should have a hero coin for coming in and saving Murray, by the way.
Oh,
So,
thank you.
since Skinny just rolled a 1, Salem can only try to resurrect one person on his turn, so one of us is going to die, right?
I do have a hero coin. Can I use it to re-roll the 4?
Yeah, you can use it to reroll the d4. I'll allow it.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Don't
Come
roll a
on.
1 again. Oh.
All right, I'm gonna give him my hero coin to re-roll that 4, that 1.
Wait, can you add a D12 to the roll?
No.
No, I
Dang
wouldn't have thought so.
it.
So am I rolling it again?
Yeah, Sozin's passing his hero coin to you.
Don't roll a 1.
That's the worst phrase you can say. Just don't roll a 1. Come on.
Dang it!
You're kidding me. You're kidding.
Oh my god.
Stars.
Alright.
Oh my god. Let the dice fall where they may.
Alright, Sozin. Or no,
Oh man, who do I
we'll have
save?
Salem go first so he can try and save somebody, and then we'll have people roll off. So Murray, you have obviously no risk right now. Why don't you go ahead and roll? Because that would
Yeah.
change everything if you get a 20 here. I, as a
Great.
kind and merciful DM, will give you an action. But you
That's
are
great.
up with 1 HP, Murray.
I'm gonna jerk back from the void and gonna like instinctually just kind of accidental heart massage to Skinny.
Okay.
Like bam. That is a 17.
And that will stabilize him.
Oh.
And Salem, let's go to you now.
Okay, I, Salem, am gonna look at Skinny 2. I'm like, I believe that I won't be turning into a ghost. Probably because I'm a machine. So if I die here, I die, man. So I'm just gonna walk away from ignoring Skinny 2. And I'm gonna try to bring back Sozin.
Yep.
So the target is 12 for this, right?
No, it is 9 because last turn you did the same thing. You just did it on a different person.
Oh. Okay, just to absolutely make sure that I'm gonna succeed,
Smart.
I'm gonna sacrifice. And why not? I'm gonna sacrifice 10 HP.
Okay. Guaranteed. So now just don't roll a 1.
And
Oh god.
All right.
There we go.
Oh,
Sozin, you're stabilized.
Well-
thank you.
and that is my turn.
And Sozin, you have a round. You can make a recovery action.
All right. 11 That's a fail.
All right.
Unless I can use charisma.
You cannot. Murray, for your astounding bravery as you awakened from your sleep, take a hero coin.
Oh yeah.
And Skinny 2 now sees Salem. He goes, "Are you daring to walk away from me? I don't care, Mr. Metal Man." He walks up to you, puts the gun into your chest, and pulls the trigger.
Do it! Do it! I put the gun right to my head. Do it!
It's 6 damage.
I block it with the common shield, sacrificing my common shield.
Nice.
Nice.
Right there, he takes damage because he's in close range of Blade Aura now.
Okay.
So he's taking Blade Aura, and I'm sacrificing 1 HP just to add to it.
Mm-hmm.
He takes 3 damage.
These are magic, right?
Oh, wait, no. They are magic. It says they're magical blades that deal weapon effort.
Perfect.
So it's a total of 6 damage. He takes 6 damage.
Unlike the other attacks done to Skinny thus far, the magical blades seem to cut through pretty good into him. It's still like clay when you're stabbing him with the blade, with your reaction, but yeah, it nips him pretty good.
Alright. That's it for me.
And that brings us to the rat, which is going to try and bite Skinny, too. And he will miss. And Sozin, you're up. Go ahead and make a recovery roll.
Alright. Recovery roll. 9. Is it easy?
Yes, it is easy.
Alright, so is that just 1 or is it a d6?
1 plus con. So you have no con, it's 1.
Yeah, alright. I am back up at 1. And that was my action.
Yep, you can move if you'd like, and that's it.
Okay, I will move. Not much. Not by the door, that was a bad idea.
Skinny, you can go ahead and make a recovery roll.
Okay.
Wait, which Skinny can make a recovery roll?
Skinny 1.
No, that's a 10.
Alright, unfortunate.
Nope.
Murray, you're up with 1 HP as well.
I am up with 1 HP. Everybody's. I mean, Skinny is stabilized, right?
Yes, he's not dying. He's just unconscious.
Can I drag him? I want to leave the room.
Yeah, you can drag him away.
I want to drag him away into the
Hallway.
hall here.
You drag him. Definitely your action, but that brings us to Salem again already.
Alright. Salem is going to make a recovery roll. Second nat 20!
Nice.
Do I recover a d12 on that?
You do.
Oh, sweet. So that is 10 plus 1. That's 11. Plus a d12. That's 4. So that is 15 total HP that I'll recover.
Nice.
That was legit. Dang.
So that
More
brings
than
me
I
back
have.
to 16. And I will make a move to, I'm not going to make a move. I'm going to stand right in front of Skinny. I'm like, come on. Beat my chest. Like, show me what you got. Come on.
Okay.
I don't want him going after anyone else.
He's like, I didn't much like that reaction there. I think I'm going to leave you be.
Coward!
What do you think you're doing with my body? He says to Murray as he drags Skinny One's body away.
Well, no, it's not your body. It's his body.
Not anymore. He pulls out his gun and he shoots Murray.
I'm sorry for picking the gun.
Oh god, it's so bad. 3 damage. Down again.
I'm having like, oh, I'm alive again, dead. I'm alive again, dead. Okay.
The rat at this point, though, it sees Salem in front of him as Skinny walks away. It's kind of blinded by rage. It doesn't like the flesh of clay. It liked oil and steel better, so it's going to go for Salem.
Hello, friend. Oh, wow, that beats me, for sure.
3 damage.
And I will take that. That brings me down to 13. It's going to take damage too.
No!
Yeah, sorry. I
it
killed
dies.
this rat.
No!
Radiclus is dead.
Alright.
And Sozin, your turn.
Shoot. Darn. No! Shoot.
He found a way to get rid of the rat.
Oh well. I'm going to move in the doorway, and I want to cast Cripple on the hand that is on Skinny's hand with the gun.
Okay.
Oh no.
It backfires.
So,
You cripple your own hand.
So isn't it-
Can I give him my hero coin?
You can.
Yeah. Take my hero coin. Roll again.
Alright. 6. I have +6, so that's a 12.
Uh-huh.
Oh wow.
Thank God.
What's cripple? Can you just read off description real quick?
Cause a limb of a creature to magically atrophy and become useless for 1d4 rounds.
Perfect. Okay, so D4,
So-
it's crippled. Or 2. Okay. I'll keep that over here. And that is Sozin, which leaves us to Skinny, who is down but not dying.
Yep.
So go ahead and make a recovery roll.
Okay.
It was
No, that's
easy,
not enough.
but okay. All right, not enough still.
Oh. No.
Murray
8
is
total.
down and bleeding
Yeah.
out. So we need a 20 from him.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that again. Okay.
Oh.
One
Come
round.
on, man.
And that brings us to Salem again.
I don't like this role that I'm being put into.
You're the healer. What do you mean?
I'm gonna come up. I'm gonna say, "Did you miss me, Skinny?" As like I slide past him and reach out to Mariah and say, "Right, look, I need you to get up, man. You gotta get up." And I'm gonna roll an int roll.
Okay.
That's my
Nice. Dang.
I mean, just give in. You are the healer.
This guy's dice are hot.
Yeah. Making up for all my rolls.
So with that, does Mariah get to roll anything for
Yeah, roll-
him getting back up?
Roll d12. That's how much HP you get.
I'd like to add +4 of my health to his roll for that HP.
Cool.
Oh, thanks very much. Yeah, I'm gonna roll the d12 then.
Oh,
14.
yeah.
So-
That's
I'm
Back up.
aggressing someone.
back to 4. Oh! I'm alive again.
At this point, Skinny 2 is like, this is really becoming quite annoying. He
Yeah.
looks at Salem, and, Skinny, what else you got on your pack here? You only have a pistol and a gun. And you're sneaky.
Just a whip.
Oh, yeah. So, he takes the gun out, he puts it to Salem's chest, and he pulls the trigger. As is
Wait,
tradition.
his
Can you-
crippled hand?
Oh, right. He passes it to his other hand. He, like, grips it with his left
Dang
hand.
it.
It doesn't require much, direction. He's just sticking it into his chest and pulling the trigger.
He missed.
He hits.
Oh, wait.
It only
Dang.
fails on a 1.
That's right.
So 4
Whoa,
damage.
but he does take. I'll take that 4 damage, but he's gonna eat my damage too,
Mm-hmm.
as he gets blade aura'd. So this is once again another +3. So a total of 8 damage.
The clay shatters into pieces, and you hear "Ah!" as it just crumbles into nothing.
Yes.
Salem needs a breather after all that.
Sozin,
How many?
it is your turn.
That was intense. Did Raticlus leave behind a corpse?
Salem's blade aura just kind of evaporated it. It's in several pieces.
Dang it. Shoot. Alright, how many skulls do we have?
You have
Got
the same amount as
5.
last time, 5.
5.
Alright, so we need 3 more. I want to step into the invisibility closet and start looking around for any invisible items.
You're invisible? Go ahead and make a wisdom check.
Alright. 5.
You're invisible for 4 rounds.
Okay.
You don't feel anything, and in fact, you're convinced there is nothing in here. It is an empty room.
Alright. Cool.
Skinny. I'm assuming a recovery roll is en route for you.
Yep, I'll just do it now, sir. Nope.
All right. I'm not going to be cruel here. You just don't
Wait.
recover.
Okay, cool.
Can I give him my hero coin?
You can.
There you go, Skinny.
Awesome, thank you. So that's a reroll.
Sure.
Cool. Come on.
I'll also sacrifice 3 HP.
Oh, okay. It works. I'll let it go through. That's enough.
Oh, sweet.
So you get
I was like, oh shit, I didn't say it fast enough.
1 plus con to you, Skinny.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Which brings us to Murray.
Okay, normally Murray is a pretty chill guy. He likes chewing barks and mushrooms and moss and stuff like that. But he has died several times in the last few minutes and has been brought back to life, and he's a bit angry now, and he just stands up, says something in Dwarvish and walks up to the door here. It's like, Ernie, you're dead, and I'm very, very sorry. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm really, really sorry. I'm so sorry for what I'm about to do. I'm gonna rip the door open and try to see if there's a skull in there.
Strength check.
Yeah. Strength check. That's a 10.
You yank, you start pulling, it's pulling a little bit, and then it slams shut. It's not quite strong enough.
Yeah. I will get there, Ernie. You can't stay there. You can't stay there forever.
The door slams twice.
That means yes.
Salem.
I would like to come on over to where my shattered shield was, and I'm gonna make a recovery roll.
Okay.
I'm gonna add my memory ring to that.
Dump it all.
So
that should pass.
Yep. Dump it all. I had a 23 stored up in my memory ring. So there we go. And I will now recover the same amount as always, 11 HP.
Very cool. At this point, I got no monsters going on. So, as is tradition, no monsters, that means timer. And let's go back to Sozin.
Alright.
Rowena
I
goes,
have an idea.
I think the poltergeist is coming back.
Not the poltergeist.
I have an idea. I don't think it'll work, but I want to scoop up the pieces of Radiclus and keep them with me.
Okay. That's disgusting. That'll take up a slot of inventory.
Okay.
Question. What happens if I
gonna
cast mending on him?
It's a rat.
Oh, wait. Oh, I thought you meant Skinny too. Sorry.
Wait a minute. What if I take the rat into the stone room and then Salem casts mending on him?
Maybe. I don't know.
Why do you want to save that rat?
Because it's cute. I named it.
That's the first mistake.
All right. Salem, do you want to try that?
To prevent the DM from having a headache, I'm gonna say if I try that, you're not getting counter spell anymore.
I'm not what?
You're not getting counter spell anymore. The rat will be paid.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm fine with that. I won't radiclist.
You want
Right, so
radicals? All right, I'll help you.
all right, I'm going to go over and I'm gonna try my best to reassemble radiclist, the pieces and put them in the stone room.
Okay. Yeah, you move into the other room, and you're, on the floor, trying to assemble pieces of a rat that is not stone, because it hasn't turned to stone, because it's dead.
Oh, dang it. Okay, so that. Oh well. All right.
Damn, I'm sorry, Bug. I'm sorry, Silzen. You can't save them all.
Oh well. I have one more idea.
Let's go to Skinny.
Well, if I move over to these steps over here, is that a far move?
That is a far move.
Okay. That's what Skinny's gonna do.
As
Him and his 2 hit points are going over there.
you come up and you see a glowing jar on the foot of a lake.
Okay.
Murray.
I'm just imagining like Sozen is up there like with pieces of rat meat in his hands, like
It's pretty.
trying to put them together like a puzzle. It's like, does this go there? I'm sorry,
No.
Vertical.
I can do it. I can fix it.
While you're trying to fix your rat, I'm gonna try to break something. Ernie's door.
Strength check. It's easy now because you did it last time.
Yeah. That's an 8. That's not gonna do it.
Oh.
Ernie, let go! Let go, Ernie!
No one has a hero coin to pass him.
I don't know.
Oh, unfortunate. All right.
I'm gonna next round.
Salem, your turn.
So just to make sure, I can't cast mending on the rat.
It's not turning to stone because it's dead.
Okay. I apologize a lot to Sozen.
Wait a minute. I have an idea. Sorry.
Okay, I'm just gonna cast mending on my shield then.
Okay. Yep.
There we go. I have my shield back.
Yeah. Which brings my timer down. And.
Oh wait, can I still make a move?
Yeah, you can move if you'd like.
Oh, okay. Then I would like to move. Help me out here. What room have we not obtained a skull from yet?
So every room except the room Murray's in. Have you not obtained a skull?
Oh, okay. Murray's got this. He's got this. Then I'm gonna move as close as I can get to there.
Okay. My timer goes down.
I don't want.
Sozen's timer for invisibility goes down. And this timer goes down. And we're to Sozen's turn.
All right. So, when we turn to stone in this room, is it just like our bodies, or is it everything we're holding too?
Everything you're holding to.
Okay. So if I wear the rat, no. If I'm holding the rat and I step into the room, will it turn to stone?
Yeah, but first you'd have to assemble it perfectly and have its organs connected. Otherwise, when it turns back into flesh, it's just gonna fall apart.
I think if Salem... Oh, wait, no, because when he enters, do you have to be next to it to cast Mender, or can you cast from, like, outside of the room?
I would imagine he'd have to see it.
He'd have to see it.
Yeah, I'd have to see it. It just says repair an item or architectural structure, so I think I have to like be somewhat close to it and also being able to see it. That's how I.
Okay, so if I'm standing in the doorway of the room with a partially assembled rat,
Uh-huh.
and he casts Mender without entering the room, then
He can't cast
Mender
Mender
should reconstruct it.
on a
What?
pile of flesh, unless you are you're staying in the room to stay stone, and then he casts Mender on the rat while it's stone. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So you're gonna wait in the
Yeah.
room until you turn to stone again? Okay, great.
Yeah.
This has been a very novel trick for me.
Literally could just find any rat. Like,
But this is Reticlus.
probably loads around the keep and everything.
I bonded to him when he ate me. Part of me.
Skinny, let's go to you. What would you like to do?
There's part of me with him.
So what was that thing you said I seen? Like a jar or something?
Yeah,
Was
so
there?
as you move up into this area, there's a jar of glowing light on the floor, and as you look into it, it's some kind of bug inside.
Okay. I'm gonna walk to the. Is that like a near move or far or?
Yeah, that's near.
I'll move to there and just. Suppose I better try have a recovery, just to give me a buffer.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
All right.
All right.
Coming back to our other group, Murray. Third time's the charm, as they say.
Ernie! Open up!
There we go.
Yes.
You finally give the door a sharp tug and open it, and like halfway through the tug, all the resistance lets up, and you just pull it, and you're kind of like stunned. As you open it, there's a skull sitting on a table right in front of you.
Oh my god. It's just there.
I'm gonna fucking take it.
I assumed that you would do that.
and I walk out the room. I sing in Dwarvish.
All right. What? This one actually.
7 skulls.
Salem.
No,
7 or 6? Yeah, 6, right?
6. Sorry. Yeah.
6 now.
All right, I would like to move into the area that Skinny is in.
Mm-hmm. So you are coming this way.
Yep.
Let me dump you up here.
And I'd like to attempt a recovery roll.
Okay. Yep.
Yay! So I'm back to full health now.
All right. Sozin, you turn to stone.
Alright.
This goes down. You are no longer invisible because you turned to stone, so that's gone.
Okay.
And that's it for me. Sozin, you're stone. Skinny, your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna approach the item that you. So what do I see now? I'm up close to it.
It's a glass jar with moths that are glowing inside of it, and along the walls here are a bunch of moth depictions. They are very large compared to the moths in the jar.
And is this water?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
I'm curious. I'm gonna lift the jar and set the moths free over the water.
Okay. Make a wisdom check as you do that.
Nope.
Okay. Let's go back to Murray.
Okay. So Ravina is still.
Yeah.
Adjacent.
She's hanging out.
Okay. Ravina.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there? You said you died here, right?
Yeah, but it was that way, the way Skinny went, that I died.
Okay. So not here, but in another room.
Yeah, in another part, more cavern-like, the burial halls.
Okay. Can you remember if there was a skull?
Yeah, I was holding a skull.
You were holding a skull. Okay. What about this poltergeist? Does he have a skull?
I don't think he does. He's a little too slow to hang on to something like that.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna wrapping the skull and putting it in my pouch.
Mm-hmm.
gonna just look at the Sozin statue holding stone pieces of rat meat. Shake my head and I'm gonna go meet up with Skinny and Salem.
All right. Salem.
Oh, I forgot all about Sozin. Whoops.
Salem, your turn.
Oh, it's my turn?
Yes, it's your turn.
Okay, can I make it back to Sozin?
You can't go that way around to make it back, unless you run far.
Okay. Then I will make a far move
Okay.
to Sozin.
All right, you run all the way around the room and come around to the other side.
And I just look over and I'm like, oh, hi, Rowena. What do you make of this situation? You think this guy's crazy or something?
It's absolutely disgusting that he would want to keep that creature alive. Anyway, I'm gonna go look for my body. She's gonna join Murray and Skinny up here. Oh, you let them out.
Yeah.
That wasn't a good idea.
Why?
Well, you see, she points back, and as you look over your shoulder now, you notice that they're getting larger.
Oh. Skinny's head just like drops, and he's like, ah.
All right.
Well, shucks.
And I believe that brings me to my timer, which finally goes down, which means Poltergeist is back. And he sort of floats this way, coming out of this room. And he sees Salem, and you see the pots and pans and random books and such floating all around him.
What is this thing?
And we're back to Sozin, who is frozen. So we're going to leave him right there. And we're going to go to Skinny now, who is in a room with moss that are growing bigger in size.
Okay, so Rowena, you're full of useful information. After the fact, you should maybe work on giving it out just before.
Well, I was in the other room watching what was going on with them.
You're always in the other room.
He was making a rat piece statue. You have to understand, I've seen not much entertainment in the past few years. I've been trapped down here.
You have to understand that I want to find the skulls just to get rid of you. I'm gonna make a recovery roll if I can.
Okay. Yep, you can.
Cool, so there's 2 more. And I'm gonna just stare at her and move this direction. So like this gap here. And I'm not gonna take my eyes off her the whole way.
That's a good idea. Murray, you're up.
Okay, so we're at the point where Skinny is getting passive aggressive with a ghost.
Yep, that's it.
We are at that point.
Okay, so there's moths.
Yeah,
and
moths.
they're getting larger.
And they're getting larger, yes.
How far would be far? Could I catch up or even take over Skinny? So
Yeah, you can get past him.
Past him, yeah, yeah. And I'm gonna scan that room for skulls and some mushrooms and some moss.
All right. As you scan this hall, you see a skeleton lying on the ground there. It has a skull attached to it.
Okay. I think I found your body, Rowena.
Did you now? Oh, as soon as she sees it, her face goes dull and she just starts floating over it mindlessly.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna catch up with her next turn.
Which brings us to Salem now.
All right, as Salem, I'm not gonna go in that hallway. Just staring at Sozin, seeing this rat and its intestines. I'm gonna fire off a mender at him.
Okay.
I'm gonna add a +6 to the roll because I'm not gonna try this again.
I'm gonna say if it
So-
fails, this is your only attempt, just to keep things moving forward. I don't want to spend an hour in this room waiting for.
Yeah, trust me. I'm only trying this once, Sozin. So +6 to the roll. That's a total of 8.
Okay.
So here we go. It wasn't meant to be, I guess. Oh wait, no, it
No,
made
that's exactly enough.
There you
It
go.
was exactly meant to be.
Imagine we got a nat 20 off of that.
Some would say it's barely a rat. It works, but it's barely a rat.
Thank you,
And
Salem.
you're welcome. I can risk my life for this, and I'm gonna run. What's
You're-
the furthest I can move?
You're not gonna walk in the room so he becomes flesh again? You're just gonna leave him as a statue?
Oh. Okay. I guess I'll step into the room.
Yeah, you step in, he becomes flesh again. The rat does as well,
Okay.
but the rat does not look like it's all there anymore.
Dang it. Wait, is it there at all?
It's
Like, is there something?
there's life, but it's not normal life anymore.
You
Okay, I
have
can work with
you've
that.
done something that's equivalent to an abomination. I'll
Yeah.
let you know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can
can I step out?
Yeah, you can step out.
Salem have a hero coin?
Sure. Salem, have a hero coin for helping out Sozin and
Thank you.
being ridiculous.
But, like, I'm not sure it was heroic, like, normally, but it was heroic in my eyes.
All right. The poltergeist sees you walking down the hallway, Salem, and he's going to throw a ton of pots and pans at you. Go ahead and make a defense or a dex roll.
I feel like I deserve this. I'm making a defense roll.
Okay, +4. Nice.
Nat 20.
Nice.
So many today.
Oh, is this my 5th one or my 4th one?
I think 4th, but I'm not sure. To
Okay.
be honest, you should be marking your mastery. That's how you should know.
I think it's
device
4.
I'm using isn't letting me edit my sheet, so I've been using tally marks on a separate piece of paper.
There you go. Edit it at a later time.
Yeah.
That's all I've got. So, Sozin, your turn.
Alright, so now that I'm not stone again,
Correct.
and Ratcliffe is back, I'm going to thank Salem and move to the next room.
Okay, you're going up where Skinny went?
Yeah.
Okay. You're running far?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's bring you up there then. Oops, I didn't bring the rat. Mr. Rat, where are you? There you are. And
So
we'll go
I'm adding Mel.
to
Thank
you
you.
want to lock that pan, or you want to use that?
Review.
Skinny, you're up.
Is it a far move to get over towards Rorena's body?
I'll say it's near. It's fine.
Cool. I'm going to approach. Did you say it's got a skull on it?
It does have a skull on it. It has a skull on its head, and as you turn the body, you find it was also holding a skull.
Cool. I shall pick up the skull.
Yep. And I will drop the skull in the thingy. Which ones do we still need? We need this one.
I'll just call out to my colleagues behind. There's just one to go now.
Yep. There's just one to go. And Murray, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna have a look around and see what I can find. And I think I want to maybe scan this area here.
Okay.
There a fall or a climb downs?
Yeah, it's a shallow depression, and it leads into this area. This is not a
but
hole. It is just a pathway.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not a hole. Okay.
Nope, not a hole, just a passageway.
Okay. Can I walk up to here and then back and tell the people that there's some kind of
Yep.
tomb?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Awesome. Salem.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna make a far move all the way into the next room, or can I get there in a near move?
Gotta be far.
Alright, so I'm gonna make a far move.
Oops, you're already here.
Oh no, there's a Salem copycat. It's Salem 2.
Alright, and at this point, our moths are about the size of the images on the walls. And now that they are the same size as the images on the walls, the images on the walls also come to life.
How large
Luckily,
did you say they were?
luckily, they're not large enough to pass through these passageways. They are contained to this room.
Okay.
Is that a moth?
Yeah, these are moths. I don't have a moth token.
Okay.
Didn't have the time
I
to.
started to panic for a minute. It's like, what?
Didn't have enough time to find a moth, so I'm just gonna use that.
That's gonna haunt me in my nightmares.
Yeah.
They are alert now. They start to fly over towards Sozin and Salem. They see him. And Sozin, your turn.
All right. Is Rowena doing anything?
She's floating above her body mindlessly.
That's ominous. I think I might have a way to deal with these moths, but it might not work. And it could also kill everything. Maybe I can adopt one of them. I want to cast Arcane Bomb.
Okay.
Oh wow.
14. And then I want to throw it.
Uh-huh.
Like, right into the center of them.
Mm-hmm. For D4 rounds, right? Has to be D4?
Oh, yeah. 2 rounds.
Okay. Perfect. Alright, Skinny. You got the 7th skull.
Rowena, you okay?
She sort of like comes out of a daze. Oh my. Hard to look at yourself like that, might I say.
Yeah, you're right, it is. And I'm gonna start walking off.
Alright.
He's not happy with Rowena. And I want to head basically to where Murray was if I can, however far that will be.
Sure.
Towards that like temple room thing.
Yeah,
Murray,
you can...
did you say there's a room up ahead?
Yeah, that was some kind of tomb.
Let's go. There's only one left. Come on.
Yeah, I think we should go together because there might be a big toad or a poltergeist or a polter rat or something that looks like me that's trying to shoot me.
Or a clay version. Yeah, that's it. Come on.
Yeah.
Alright, you guys head down into this area. Oops, I should probably grab Skinny. Come on, Skinny. Coming on with us. And you're basically here.
Cool.
Yeah.
And Murray, you're up.
Ready to investigate next turn.
Okay. I want to walk up to here, and is that some kind of spider web that I can just
It's not there.
do away?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna walk into that tomb and try to look around.
I will note that both of the top and the bottom chests, they are stone and they are smashed open and there's nothing in them. But
Okay.
this chest is not stone.
Yeah.
It's made of iron and wood and it is closed.
Okay.
It looks eerily similar to the chest that was in the stone room that turned people to stone.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up to it,
And
and I'm gonna.
as you walk across the room, you get a blurriness to your vision. As you come to, you have shrunk to the size of 1/12. You are now, if you were, 4 feet tall, you're 4 inches tall.
Amazing.
I really want to come cast Shrink Ray on you now.
Okay, I wanted to knock on the sarcophagus, but
You can.
now I'm
Just as a very tiny dwarf.
okay. Ping ping. Is there wood or plants somewhere?
The chest is made partially of wood.
Yeah. Okay. Can I transform the wood in a way that it creaks, and so like instead of knocking, because I can't really knock, right?
Yeah.
Would be like a tapping. So I want to wobble the wood so that it sounds like knocking.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Totally doable.
All right. That's gonna be a 13.
Nice. Yeah, you knock on the wood. Nothing really happens.
Okay, tiny voice. Hello, my name is Murray.
Yeah, there's no response.
No. Okay.
Salem.
Alright, I, Salem, will, what? Man, okay. I'm gonna make a recovery again.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Wow.
Dang.
On fire.
Yeah.
Yo, please back my story up when I say I have 5
Yeah, I
mastery.
will. I will back it up.
Yeah.
I witnessed it.
It's legit.
So with that, I'm back to full.
Yep.
And I'm gonna try to sneak past whatever these things are.
The moths are going to attack you as you pass through. Make 3 defense rolls.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Ooh.
Kathy, just wait. I'm cooking for you. Just wait.
The nat 1 is going to be pretty brutal.
I see.
That's going to be for 9 damage.
It's a good thing I had made that recovery roll.
And the others start to swarm around you now as you're in the room. 2 sort of stay by Sozin and Radiclus, but the other 4, they start to surround you, and they're going to try and nip at you with their little or large mouths. Moth mouths. That's a hard one to say.
Oh, wait a second. The one that succeeded on me for 9 damage should be taking the weapon effort.
Sure.
So that's 5.
Okay, 5 damage to the 1. And the first one hits. The other 4 I'm going to roll real quick, or 3. 1, 2, 3. So 2 of them are going to hit. For 9 and 6. 15.
They're gonna hit me.
Yes, they're going to hit you, Salem.
Okay. Then I will sacrifice my shield for one of those hits.
Okay. So probably the bigger one, so you take 6 damage.
Yep. And it's gonna take that damage back. So let me just
Roll
Alright.
twice for each of them. Plus 3, right?
Wait, did you? Yeah, plus 3. Did you tell me to roll twice? or
Yeah,
roll
I
once?
did.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I rolled 3 weapon effort on each of those, so that's 4 and 8, and then roll again.
No, that's it. Just 1 for each is what I meant. And
All right, there you go. So 4 and 8.
now we're back to the top of the order with Sozin.
Alright, so, the bomb is gonna tick down.
The bomb's going to tick down.
I don't want to move through them, because they'll probably attack me and my rat,
They will.
and I don't think I can get through before the bomb explodes. So I'm actually going to move forward a bit,
Okay.
and open up my spellbook, and pull out a gun and shoot one of the moths with a little heat.
Okay. Don't roll a 1.
5.
That'll hit.
That's 2 damage. Then I'm gonna back off a bit.
Smart. Oops, wrong direction. Skinny and Murray, who are in pickle. Skinny, you're up first.
So I haven't seen Murray go in and what happened to him.
No.
Cool. So as I walk forward, what do I see like here?
You see 2 smashed stone chests and 1 wooden chest that looks eerily similar to the one that was in the room that turned everyone to stone.
Okay, and then what about like in this direction over here?
Yeah, you see more burial halls. So in all the walls here, there's tons of bodies that are aligned in like small holes, and that's what you see as it goes further that way too.
Cool. Okay, so I use the rest of my movement to go like near. Like, is that okay there for near?
That is.
I presume as I look around, I don't see Murray.
You can make a wisdom check to try and see him.
That's 12.
So yeah, you notice the tiny 4-inch Murray in front of the wooden crate there.
And do I recognise that this chest is similar to the one that was in the stone room?
Yes, you do.
I'm going to shoot the chest.
From this far away?
Yeah, I'm dubious of the room.
Okay. It's hard.
15.
That'll hit.
That's 6.
Murray, you hear a loud explosion and wood goes flying all around you. Make a defense save, as the splinters could damage you.
Yeah.
Luckily,
Yeah, that's a 21.
you dodge out of the way of the splinters.
Hey!
Sorry,
And
Murray.
it is your turn now, Murray.
Okay, can I'm tiny, but can I see into the sarcophagus? Is there a skull in there?
From some of the holes that Skinny has blasted, yes, you see a skull in there.
If I shout, can Skinny hear me?
Make a charisma check. Let's see how loud you are.
Okay.
Skinny,
3.
all you hear is beep 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 beep. That's all you can make out.
Okay, and what?
Shoot again,
what-
it's working.
Yeah. What I'm actually saying is, there's the skull. We have them all. Yes, we can get out of here. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, I'm gonna I don't know. I'm gonna move up to. I'm gonna try to.
So now that you're only 4 inches tall, this is about far.
Okay. but I've only But I've already done an action, right? So,
Yeah, so it's only near. So you're getting a little ways
yeah.
away from it.
Yeah. Step by step.
And back to Salem now, who is in a cloud of moths.
Alright, so I need to make a recovery roll again.
Uh-huh.
Oh, ouch. That hurts. Can I run through these moths?
You can. That would be smart, considering it's about to explode.
Okay, which way is the bomb gonna explode in?
It's gonna explode in this room.
Alright,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna run over here.
As you run away, one of the moths is gonna get an attack on you. Go ahead and roll a defense save.
6.
That's not gonna do it. That's gonna be for 7 damage.
7 damage. So that moth is gonna take oh wow. It's gonna take 9 damage, and I am gonna drop.
You're down?
Yep, I'm down.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Well, at this point, I'm going to say, Sozin, your bomb goes off. Go ahead and roll damage.
All right.
Jeez.
27.
Yep, that'll fry them all.
What?
That's ridiculous.
All right. So Salem is definitely far.
Yeah, definitely far.
I'm gonna get as close up to him as I can. Like, he saved my rat, so I probably have to save him.
Such a lovely explosion. I haven't seen fireworks in years, Ryan says. Skinny.
Skinny is going to. I don't know. There's a thingy in there. He's now moving away. Yeah, Skinny doesn't want to step in and then be shrunk and not have much chance of doing anything. So Skinny's gonna pull his reload his gun and fire.
Okay, go ahead. It's another hard shot at the chest.
Not that time.
Unfortunately, the shrapnel is still a threat to Murray. I need you to make a defense roll.
Well,
that passes, right? With +5?
Yeah.
Yep, awesome.
Yeah.
And it is your turn, Murray.
I'm gonna try to move and try near again, and I'm trying to shout again at Skinny that the skull is in the
chest.
It's in the casket. Do you need another charisma?
Yeah, charisma. Let's see how loud you are. It's easy this time.
Come on.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
There's
19.
a skull in the chest. There's a skull in the chest.
Yeah.
And
That's what
cool.
you hear.
Okay. So I actually hear it that time now.
Yep.
Why didn't you say so sooner? I'd have stopped shooting.
Brings us back to
I did. Mew, 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 mew.
Salem, who is down. Let's see the 20.
Sorry, I'm here. Roll a d20. Got it.
All right, and roll a d4. All right, you got 4 rounds until you are toast.
All right, guys. I came in clutch for you. Come in clutch for me.
I have nothing going on. Or, yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Oh no.
Murray, as you're on the floor here, you see a centipede crawl out from beneath one of the pots here. Now, for most of us, a centipede is no problem at all. However, for you, it's a bit of a problem. It starts streaming across the floor towards you.
It's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids Fantasy Edition.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Damn.
And that brings us to Sozin. He moves far. That's all that he does.
Alright, I'm going to run up to Salem and attempt to stabilize him.
Mm-hmm.
13.
He's stabilized. And we'll go back to Skinny and Murray.
Did I see the centipede head towards my miniature friend?
I would say yes, since you noticed him shouting. You probably noticed the centipede.
Okay. So at that point, I think, yeah, I'm gonna march on over and attempt to stomp on it.
As you're getting closer, your vision starts to get blurry. You raise your foot to stomp on it, and you end up miniature-sized right next to it.
Have I got an action left?
You do. That was in your move.
I level my gun right against its back as it's about to attack my friend and attempt to shoot it.
Shoot it up.
So don't roll a 1. And then 5 points of damage.
You see its carapace start to get crippled by the shot And we'll go to Murray.
Can I? We can't lift the skull. We're too tiny, right?
Absolutely too tiny.
Yeah. I wanna scan the room and maybe look into the this sarcophagus and this one. If there's, or maybe even those urns here. If there's a some kind of mechanism or some kind of like can I deactivate or reverse the shrinking in
Make
some
a
way?
wisdom check.
Yeah, can do that.
Nice.
Oh.
There is
That is
something in here
satisfying.
that can disable it. In this sarcophagus that has a hole in it, you see a piece of wood that looks suspiciously like a wand. And you're like, that's what's doing it. It clicks in your head.
Okay.
You just thought it was a twig, but it's really a wand.
Okay, I think I'm gonna move towards it, and on my next turn, I'm probably trying to wood shape it to break it.
Okay. Salem, you are no longer dying, but you are unconscious. Go ahead and make a recovery roll. See if you get up.
That's my specialty. No. Hey, since I failed that recovery roll before, do I get it again?
It wasn't a recovery roll, it was a death save.
Oh, yeah. No, I meant like the roll I did, my last roll before I died was a recovery roll.
Yeah, but then you did a roll. Remember, easy is only for the previous roll. You do the same exact thing
Ah,
last
yeah.
turn.
I got you. Sorry.
And Sozin, it is your turn now.
Alright, so can I get him back up?
Yeah, you can make a wisdom check on him. And if it's
All right.
successful, he'll get an HP.
I will do that. Nope, I will not do that.
Alright, back to the action. Skinny and Murray. Plus Crystal Worm. Centipede. Crystal Worm is a token name. Centipede is not very pleased with Skinny for taking a shot at it. Its body turns around and goes to chomp on Skinny. That's going to hit. And
Yep.
he hits hard. That's for 5 damage.
That is just enough to take me down.
Murray, as you look over your shoulder, you see Skinny being wailed on by a man-sized centipede in your miniature form. And
Can I be in its jaws?
Can you do what?
Can I be inside its jaws?
Sure,
think
you
it
can
looks
be
better.
inside its jaws. And it's your turn, Skinny.
So, guess make a roll, see if I can get in that 20.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nope.
What did I do?
I'll get rid of that.
No. Let's fail. And D4 turns.
No, you gotta
2.
roll it. You didn't roll. Okay, it's a 2.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so the 2 stands, yeah.
Yep, 2 stands.
Alright, there we go.
Awesome. Murray.
I'm gonna. Shit. Wait. I'm gonna wood shape the wand to break it.
Okay. I'm gonna say it's hard, but that doesn't matter.
20.
That is enough. And
Wow.
back to normal
Yes.
size.
Does Skinny being in the jaws of the centipede crush the centipede?
Sure, yeah, it's a centipede. It's done.
Okay. Nice. Very nice. I'm gonna stay there to. But I mean, okay, now I could.
You can go pick up the skull
Yeah,
if
no,
you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay close to Skinny. I'm gonna reanimate him or stabilize him in a second, like in my next round. The skull will still be there. I have to take care of him not dying first.
It will be there. And we'll go to Salem now. Need a recovery roll. Now it's easy.
All right, here we go. Oh no, my rolls are cursed again.
Oh no.
We've got 20s or 4s, it seems, for you. Sozin.
Alright, I'm going to try and get him back up again.
Mm-hmm.
16.
Alright, now he's up with 1 HP. Now we'll go to Skinny again, which is in this room.
Right, D20. Nope.
And Murray.
Timer goes down.
Okay. I'm gonna put some moss on him and whisper, "No, not yet," and I'm going to try to stabilize him.
Okay. That'll stabilize
That
him.
is 20.
And you can take a hero coin.
Yeah.
And we're back to Salem yet again. You're up with 1 HP.
I'm gonna make a con roll again.
Mm-hmm.
Recovery. Can I use my hero coin?
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
brutal.
No.
Yeah. There we go.
You're not dying, right? You're just just trying to recover, right?
Yeah, he's just trying to recover. Sozin.
Okay.
Alright. So now that Salem's back up, I am going to follow Skinny and Murray.
Okay. Let's drag you over here. And that brings us to Skinny, who is unconscious but stable. So go ahead and make a recovery roll. Nice.
Yeah, you got one.
Nice.
And you have an
So I'm
action.
back up with 2 points.
Oh no, you don't have an action. You have a move if you'd like.
You've collected the score, right?
No, not yet.
Okay, I'll just move over to it, ready to pick it up.
You shrunk again. No.
No, he's not. I just resized
As I
you.
walk past, I'll just tap you on the arm and be like, "Thanks, friend."
You're welcome.
I'm assuming at this point you grab the skull, Skinny, right? You pull it out.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Murray.
Yeah, I think Skinny carrying the 8 skull. We have all the skulls we need, so we can go back up.
So I'll ask this to the group. Do you guys just want to go back to the dining room now?
What's this?
It's a hallway to more
Does that
burial
count?
chambers.
Ooh.
I will let you know it's empty. There's nothing in there.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, then we go back.
Okay. Save the time and energy. We've been here for a while now. So yeah. The group makes their way back up to the top. You are led to a room, to the room with the tables. There are 8 skulls, and there are 8 bodies. They are arranged like this, the 8 corpses.
Oh yeah.
So is there gonna be matching? Will the bodies in some way match the skulls?
There is nothing to mark the bodies.
Okay.
Let's all roll a d20, and each person's going to have 1 attempt to organize it.
Okay.
At a time. Oh, nice. Skinny.
Nice.
Take that mastery.
Nice.
All right. So we're like this. Skinny, you get the first choice.
So I'm basically selecting where I want to put a skull.
Yep. Now You can do other things too with your turn. I'm just letting you know we're gonna go one at a time around here.
Okay, so is Rowena about?
Yeah, she's about. I can't believe
Okay,
you got them all.
Neither can I. Do you have anything that might help us of where to put these?
The glyphs mean nothing to my ghost-filled brain. I wasn't much one for reading books. Maybe one of you knows what the glyphs mean?
Yeah. Can Skinny just try to rack his brains on
Sure.
the tombs that he's delved in the past and everything as he's...
Intelligence check.
No.
No, you don't make out anything specific about it.
So if Skinny don't know, he would just blind guess and put like... I feel like this one that's like a dark shape should be like at one of the heads.
Okay.
So like, for example, I don't know, something like that. So I'd place one skull in that box.
As you place the skulls, are you placing them in the boxes?
I'd place like one skull in a box. And the one with this glyph, that glyph, I'd place at the head of the table.
But the others are all out of their boxes currently, you're saying?
Yeah, I'd just put that one in and see if anything happened.
Nothing happens.
Cool.
We'll go to Murray.
Okay. So here's what I'm thinking, that basically we have like little points that signify numbers and directions in which they point. So I think that this one and this one and this one probably go together. Like 1, 2, 3, but I can only move one, right?
You can arrange them however you'd like. If you want to put them all under the boxes, you could go ahead and do that.
Okay. I would probably do something like that.
Now, are you putting all of the skulls under the boxes, or just the ones that you moved?
Just those here.
Okay. So, half the skulls are under the boxes now. The other half are sitting on the table. Sozin.
Can I roll to see if I would recognize any of these or know anything about any of them?
Yeah, you could make an intelligence check.
Alright. 21.
You have seen symbols like these before. They represent phases of the moon.
Oh.
What I was
Cool.
thinking.
Nice. Alright.
Would you like to rearrange anything?
Oh, okay, yeah. I thought that was my action.
I don't know. Moving a skull is, just doing something.
I think I will leave it be for now. Gonna try and see. Yeah.
Okay. Salem, you're up.
Man, Phases of the moon. What do the bees mean?
They're in the box. The other ones
they're
are
in
not.
the box.
The other ones are not in the box.
Okay. I am not good at moon phases. I honestly don't know. What do you guys think I should do?
I think we need to simulate the cycle of the moon somehow. It's just
Yeah.
some of them seem like smaller segments than the other. I don't know.
I mean that's what's that called? New moon?
Yes, new moon.
So that's probably full moon.
Well, that was definitely the theory, to have like one of these. I figured like whether it be a clock or moon, it needs to be like at the start or something.
So what should I do?
You can just put one under a box if you want, or you can put them all under the box and see what happens.
Yeah.
You know
Throw
what?
'em all
Let's
under.
do it. I'm gonna put them all under the box.
Everything is under the box
This-
as it currently is, and I need you to make a dexterity save.
Aw, yeah.
12 is enough, however. Oops, not 13. 1 and 2. It's going to be 14 divided by 2 since you saved 7 damage as you place the last skull in the box. The box electrifies you, and you take 7 points of damage.
I have dropped.
All right, let me do this just to make it easier for us. He is down. And that brings us to Skinny.
I think Skinny's just immediately going to step up next to his ally and try to just put a don't die on me. Too distracted by schools.
All right, Murray.
Yeah, I think getting Salem up is more important than getting electrified by putting skulls in the wrong place, so I'm gonna try to stabilize them as well. Wow. Where are those rolls coming from? That's 11.
Not quite enough. All right, Sozin.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna stabilize Salem. 16.
All right. Stabilize Salem. Make a recovery roll if you'd like. That's a success. And we're back to the top. Let's go with Skinny. This will remove these now.
Okay.
They're all technically under the box.
Yep. Okay, Skinny's going to go up, scratching his chin a little bit. He's going to have a look, and then he's going to place them in this order. Shit, it's over. And see what happens.
Make a dexterity check as you place them in their order.
Ah! Uh-oh.
Oh! Okay, so...
I am going through the wall.
Not 77, thank you.
I only have 2 hit points.
7 damage, and as it latches to you, it's going to jump. I'm going to go 1 Sozin, 2 Salem, 3 Murray, 4 reroll. Alright, Sozin, it jumps to you, and you take 6 damage.
Do I make a dex save, or is it just hits?
You can make a dex save to take half.
Oh, okay, I'm at 1, so I'm down.
I'm also dead.
Jesus.
And Murray, it's your turn now.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna try to stabilize Skinny.
Okay.
Yeah, 19.
Nice.
Sweet, he's stable. And Sozin, you're down, so I need a 20. Okay, and Salem.
I don't think I can guess this again. Is there any indication of when we have it in the right place?
There's no indication.
Okay, there's
But,
no indication.
as a kind and loving DM, I will say you guys are very close.
We're very
I have an
close.
idea.
Is it okay? No, I feel like I'm wrong if I do that. Can I rearrange them the way I want?
You can.
Okay. So you guys might want to like back away just in case I do it wrong. Just get very far back. And you know what? I got this. So I'm gonna rearrange these three like that. But this is the last one I'm gonna do, so that way, if it does trigger, I'm far away enough from everyone.
Make a dex check.
Okay. All right.
Oh, this is a lot. 17 damage. I'm assuming that brings.
And I'm down.
Alrighty. Skinny, you're conscious or unconscious but alive. Go ahead and make a recovery.
Yeah. Back to 2.
If you have a arrangement that you would like to do, I will allow it.
As I get the strange sense from something up above that we are very close, I'm going to reset how it was just a moment ago.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm going to swap these two and see if I need to make a dex check.
You need to make a dex check. Oh no.
I'm down.
Yep, you're down again.
I've only got 2. Yeah.
Alright, Murray, you're watching everyone just electrocute themselves in this room.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up to Susan and I'm gonna stabilize him.
Uh-huh. Now, I believe you did the same thing last round, so it should be easy regardless.
Okay, that's an 11.
Yeah, so it's easy. Susan, you're stable. And it's your turn.
Alright, so I'm gonna make a recovery roll.
Uh-huh. And that'll succeed.
13. And then as I, stand back up, I'm going to say to the others, stop touching the boxes. I have an idea.
Okay.
And then do I get an action or was recovering it?
Recovering is the action, but if you want to rearrange the skulls, you're more than welcome to.
No.
Okay. Then we go to Salem, who is down, so I need a 20.
I'll do you one better.
Alright. D4, how long are you down? Oh, not that one.
Oh, not that one? Sorry.
There you go. 4 turns.
How do I get rid of the other box? Oh, okay, it's gone.
And this brings us back to Skinny, who is down again.
Yep.
Alright.
No, so D4.
And now we've got Murray.
Yeah, I'm just making my way up to over to Skinny. And gonna...
Everyone's electrocuting yourself. You're reviving them. Electrocute, reviving.
It's like I'm just walking around with like a bit of chewing back in my hand. I'm gonna slap them gently. Oh no, that was a bit too hard.
All right, Susan.
All right. I'm gonna cast Hands.
Great.
I'm not gonna cast Hands.
Okay. Salem, I need a 20.
I don't think I'm gonna roll more than 520s.
Yeah, I would be shocked. Skinny though, let's go.
Come on. Nope.
All right, Murray.
Down to 1.
It's easy. Did we lose Murray? Oh.
Okay, sorry. Skinny is still down, right?
Yes, he
Yep.
is.
Yeah, second try.
Easy this time.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, I
nicely.
just went to get myself some
Cool.
ice cream, but yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Sozin.
Alright, Skinny's back up. I'm gonna try and make some more hands.
Easy. All right.
18.
Hands. I think I
3.
still have hand tokens. Yep.
Yeah, alright. Then I want to tell everybody to get back.
Well, Salem is still down, right?
Yes. Salem, I need
Yeah.
a 20.
Did he just drop?
Did he? Oh, he did drop.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
disconnected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So close.
So close.
So very, very close.
There he is.
I've
Alright.
got one more idea.
Salem, I need a 20 from you, buddy.
I got it.
Negative.
I don't got it.
Alright, Skinny, I need a recovery from you. Yet again. And that's a success, great. And you had an idea, I heard.
Yeah. My theory is,
So you can move them and
I
just
w-
not put them under the box if you want.
yeah. So we can brainstorm this. I'm thinking we swap these.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay. Do you want to put them under the box or just leave it for now for the hands to do?
Skinny's just gonna do it, man. I'll swap off.
Alright, it's not the right
Please.
combination. Dex save. Oh shit! Alright, I'm gonna say you avoid it completely. You're anticipating it perfectly. You're like, you immediately release it after you drop the box.
Yep.
Alright, Murray.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk over to Salem and try to stabilize them.
Yep. Very kind of you. Go ahead and take a hero coin for that.
Somebody's gotta do it.
Nice.
There we
Stable.
go, 50.
Sozin.
Thank you very much.
So I'm going to I'm gonna go to the other side of the room. I'm gonna ask Skinny to get away from the boxes. I'm gonna ask Murray to drag Salem away from the boxes.
Mm-hmm. You can do that.
Then I'm gonna set the hands to work. So here's what I want to do. There you go. That.
The glorious lights of angels choir sing.
Oh my.
Because that's finally the correct combination.
Oh my god.
Alright, in the room that you're standing in, the table that the altar was sitting in flattens into the floor. It sinks on stone. And in the wall, a box of stone slides out. Within it is a strange golden ball among a whole bunch of gold.
Yo!
So here's my idea. We put an arcane bomb inside there and then close it.
Why?
I don't know. It's probably cursed. Might get blinded.
Rowanna's like, "You did it! What the heck is that?" she says, pointing at the golden ball.
If no one else is going to, there's no way that Skinny is not going to see that and slowly edge towards it to pick it up.
Alright, you
That's what
pick it
Skinny
up,
does.
and as you do, your vision shifts slightly, and you noticed some things that aren't quite right. You have acquired this special item of reality sight. This item, while holding it, allows you to see manipulations that have happened to our reality. For example, the Arden's manipulation. Here, though, in this temple, Something is warping it and trapping spirits here. Now, luckily, when that stone drawer opened, so did this door. However, the globe was not what is keeping the spirits here. Perhaps you can do something in the future to free the spirits if you were to return. But with the information you have currently, you do not know what is keeping them here. It's not in this room, whatever it is.
Okay, so I'm holding it.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't really done it. Whatever's keeping the spirits here, this isn't it. There's something else. We've missed something.
So there's something in the down there, or
What did we miss?
Yep, there's something back down there. You see, it's essentially like a web, and it's streaking down through the different parts of this tomb, but it's impossible to discern which direction because everything is connected. So the statue room, the water that's in the room to the left here, all of it is connected by this web of maliciousness, whatever it is causing these creatures to be held here against their will. Luckily, though, you are free to go.
Well, what do you guys want to do?
I think I would like to wrap things up. I would bring that orb to the to the great, how are they called, the tomb keepers, the keepers of the tomb,
Yeah.
and ask them about it. Maybe they have some intel. Maybe they have some ideas what to do with that. How to go on from here.
What the
Yeah,
heck?
I'll take
Rowena
it.
is very upset. You did it. You connected it all. Why am I still here?
I don't know.
The
You've been a pain in the
others
ass, but I'm going to figure it out.
are also confused. However, they do recognize the orb that you're holding as a very rare and ancient artifact of the Nemedian clans. They say that this is one of the great powers that was stored in this keep. Now, at the current moment, it may not seem that useful. But remember, the rest of the world, a lot of it does not know about the shift regarding the Ardents. This will provide undeniable proof that reality has been warped. And you can kind of use it as a bargaining chip in future negotiations.
Oh.
Also, the gold in the thing, I'm going to say each of you can carry 6 handfuls out if you have the space. Remember, handfuls stack in piles of 3, so it's 2 slots.
Okay.
But can we use the orb to go, well, at a later time maybe, to go down there and see where this thing is when we missed, so we
Yes.
can.
That is definitely something you can do.
Okay. Because I mean, she's a ghost and she's a bit after the fact and not very helpful. But we promised her we would take care of her little undead conundrum there. So I would probably Murray would probably like to help her.
Okay.
Giddy definitely would, because he doesn't like that it's unfinished.
Well, we could definitely arrange a future date where we can come back here. It'll probably be a pretty short session since you guys have explored most of this area. There's just a section that you have missed. But yeah, I could set that up for us another time. As far as it goes here, though, guys, This has been one of my absolute favorite sessions that I've played so far. It was
That was
awesome.
honestly so cool.
Thank you. This was a
It
really
was
fun
amazing.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was hilarious. I really like that.
Lots of
I would have
wackiness.
just. I would have just liked half